Hey there, Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopp on here from the Room to Room Weather Center. An update on a severe thunderstorm warning issued for Tishmingo, parts there of Colbert, Franklin, Alabama, and Prentiss and Alcorn in Mississippi. This is probably going to produce, if it's going to produce something, some hail and some gusty winds. The expectation is that we're going to have maybe what we call these pulse severe storms, where they briefly build up high enough that they tap into some colder air and then collapse down and produce gusty winds. So that's the expectation on what we will see out of some showers and thunderstorms today. And so this storm here in Tishmingo County prompting this severe thunderstorm warning as a result. So again, this would be for locations, again, south and west of Iuka, south and east of Burnsville there, moving toward kind of the south and east at about, I think about 25, maybe close to 30 miles per hour. Let's double check that speed here at the latest time. So for folks out here, again, in Tishmingo County, pretty much right where I have that white line coming down on there on Mama Justice Doppler radar, that's where we expect to have, again, the largest hailstones out of this thunderstorm there. So let's go 3D on this. And again, watching that moving from Midway and Paden toward Tishmingo, toward the south and east. Again, we'll try to get that speed. I mentioned that a moment ago. Let's take this back about an hour. And you can't see this pretty much there near Chihuahua about an hour ago. That hail core, or at least precipitation core, already showing up at that point in time. So moving about 28 miles per hour over the last hour or so toward the southeast. So as we kind of slice into this for a moment, kind of check in and see what we see aloft here on this thunderstorm. We do have some hail. I don't show an extreme amount of hail up there. Make this a 30-minute loop here. So we can go back and see if that hail was a little higher a little bit ago. Yeah, hail core was definitely a bit higher when it was up just south of Burnsville about 11:20. So current time is about 11:36, about 15 minutes ago. So some of that bigger hail probably falling out of these. That's what we kind of expect in this scenario, is that they kind of pop up, produce what they're going to produce, and then kind of go through a bit of a collapsing phase and kind of spit out what they're going to spit out there. So that's likely what we're again seeing out of this as it moves toward the south and east with the speed at about 30 miles per hour, just under 30 miles per hour. So get a storm track on that there. And again, Paden, Tishmingo, kind of in the path of this. We'll take this out in the North Alabama as well. And we're going to check some of these other thunderstorms we have out here in Tippah, stretching into Prentiss and southern Alcorn counties as well. So we show the Paden community pretty much right now for you, Tishmingo. That'd be the city Tishmingo. Looking at that for you by about 11:44, Carter Branch 11:51. Peterstown there at 11:55, Burnstown 11:59, Maud at 12 o'clock. Noontime there, Pleasant Site 12:16, and working toward the White Oak community about 12:22. Again, Doppler radar indicates some hail. I think the largest hail probably falling out of that in the last few minutes here. We'll look at wind mode here on Mama Justice Doppler radar. Again, keeping that showing some gusty winds there. I don't show not a lot that are super extreme, but I don't typically expect that in this scenario. Let's look from our camera there in Iuka back toward this. Give me a moment while I move one of my monitors around behind the scenes here so I have a better kind of angle to look at that. Obviously, a lot of heavy rainfall in Iuka, but the strongest part of that thunderstorm is a little south of town. So that'd be Woodall Mountain, I think, right there toward the horizon. We're looking at kind of looking back toward the south and west. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning continues there for Tishmingo County until about noon. Well, just after noon, as you can see, 12:15 there. Don't have, obviously, really a hail falling on that shot. I'm going to see if I can pan this one just a little bit for you to have kind of maybe a slightly better angle on that. So give me just a moment here to do that. So again, this is our camera in Iuka, and I appreciate our partners there with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, a good partner group with us here to kind of put up these cameras across North Mississippi. So again, we'll pan this toward the kind of southwest a little bit more, looking in the heart of this. I don't see any hail again there in Iuka, but again, I expect the worst part to be a little bit south of Iuka, kind of where I have that line there, closer to the Paden area, honestly, where that is. Another angle we might be able to get a shot of this could be from there in Alcorn County, our what I call South Alcorn camera, but ultimately it is Rienzi-ish area that we're looking at on that. There's a bunch of different ones we can look at from that, but I'm going to look toward our severe storm first. Give me a moment, and then we're going to kind of pan back toward Actually, we're going to pan southwest because then there was that other storm we were tracking just a moment ago there as well. As our camera kind of swings that direction, again, just kind of looks dark gray, which is a lot of times what these look like when you're looking in the heart of these. Let's look toward that severe storm, then back toward the southeast. Again, I show some of the brighter white sort of colors might be some of the hail falling in that. Again, we're looking for INZ back toward the southeast into that severe thunderstorm warning that no longer affects parts of Alcorn County. They've clipped Alcorn County, Prentiss County out of it. We're looking to Tishomingo County, Mississippi, and then Franklin County, Alabama, some of the locations that we are tracking here. Current time is 11:39. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather here as we're in the Room to Room Weather Center tracking a severe thunderstorm warning. Honestly, I'll tell you this. I think that the severe hail portion of this is probably ended. Let's check our hail swath here. Again, you can see that hail swath showing where some of the hail probably fell, stretching there just south of 72 from Glen to near Indian Springs, Deleedy, stretching back there toward the Midway community. That's where, again, that line is. But you'll notice if you kind of check where the hail is on that there versus where it is now, it has not been kicking out as much hail in the last few minutes here. So less and less likely to be probably producing severe hail. And honestly, I think we are past now the worst on what this thunderstorm is capable of producing as it works its way toward the south and east. We'll get a new storm track updated on it as of 11:40, and again, moving about 21 miles per hour. So Tishomingo, city of Tishomingo on the south side of this there, maybe some hail, maybe some gusty winds. Certainly, I would make sure that cars inside and we're protecting things as we need to protect them. 11:43 there in Tishomingo. We're looking at the Bishop community at 11:52, Burnstown 11:58, Maud 11:58 or so there. Bloody Springs about 12 o'clock. Eventually toward about Pleasant Grove by about 12:33 at this point in time. Go back to that hail threat here for a moment. And I do think the hail potential is increasing a little bit more on these storms closer to the Jumpertown area. I'm going to look at, there's a couple different ways we could look at hail. One of them is our instantaneous hail threat there, which, tries to kind of assess things. I don't on that instantaneous one have as much. Our severe threats kind of breaking down the most significant impact anything could produce. If we go back a few scans, you'll notice that that was a little bit higher, especially when that warning was issued up here south of Burnsville, right where that white line is. Their expectation for peak hail size could have been up in excess of 1.5 inches, probably more around 1 inch in size. The peak on that thunderstorm now we show closer to maybe 1 inch in size. So that does show, again, that downward trend in intensity there. The storm near Frankstown, though, right where I kind of have that white line coming in there, that one, possibly 1 inch hail out of that as well. The rest of these other thunderstorms, again, maybe some hail. I think expected to be a little bit below severe limits on its overall intensity. I'm going to check our discussion again back and forth with the National Weather Service. One other thing I have not addressed, and we'll go wide here for a moment to address that, is that the counties in green that we have here on Mama Justice Doppler, these are all under severe thunderstorm watch. Yalobusha, Calhoun, parts of Chickasaw, Monroe, really everybody in the green, obviously, under a severe thunderstorm watch until 7 p.m. tonight. Here's what we expect. We do not expect really tornadoes out of this setup here. This is going to be more hail and wind if we were to see something. Look at that severe weather risk, as you'll note here. All the counties in yellow under that severe weather risk for the potential for wind. A level 3 out of 5 severe weather risk for some wind as basically these storms go through a collapsing phase. And if storms can organize into more of a complex and try to move in, that's where that wind threat would be a more significant. Hail, again, sporadically a possibility there. And as you notice, and I'll go and I'll take all the advisories and everything off so it's clear there and then go wider. There is no tornado threat out of what we are set to experience today. This is going to be wind. This is going to be hail. Those are the two main threats if we were to see something. As far as severe weather goes for tomorrow, no significant risk. Same thing again for Wednesday. Our chances, again, there for today and for the potential that storms could try to produce strong wind gusts as well as hailstones. Current time is now we're at 11:43 a.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. Severe thunderstorm warning issued for parts of originally Alcorn, Prentiss, Tishomingo, Franklin County, Colbert County, and now just Tishomingo County. But that storm in Tishomingo County would expect us on a downward slide on intensity. One way to look at that again is using our 3D version. Before we do that, I think we also might be able to do it just by some we call echo tops. Allows us to see kind of the top of the thunderstorm, and that shows us basically how it is kind of progressing there. And so we briefly had some spots with that darker red showing up. Is she about to leave? Okay. Okay, let's send her in before she goes. But where we see the darker red, the top of the thunderstorm around 55,000 feet. Now, if you bring it to the current time, now that top of that thunderstorm there at maybe 45,000 feet. So that's a collapse of 10,000 feet or 2 miles shorter. Why that matters is as it goes through the collapsing phase, it can kick out some of those stronger wind gusts. It's probably dropped whatever big hill it's going to drop, but it's probably also dropping as it goes through that collapsing phase, some wind. Again, no rotation there that we're tracking, just some strong gusty winds from time to time with that part as well. Again, moving from Malone to Allsboro to Bishop there, again, toward the south and east. So again, heavy rainfall, yes. Damaging winds, possibly. Large hail, no longer of impact there. Again, Carter Branch, we're tracking that for you at 1147. Allsboro, 1149, 1150 Bishop, close to Burnstown, about 1154. Minot there at 1201, and close to Pleasant Grove, about 1259. This is Doppler radar indicated gusty winds, but no reports officially of severe weather out of this yet. And I'll check our discussion with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers here in a moment to see what they're getting out of it as well. Speaking of discussions, let's check again our chat with all of you guys here behind the scenes. It'll take me a moment to pop that up. There's a way I typically do it. We're going to work a little backward on that here for the moment. So again, for some of y'all behind the scenes, appreciate you guys for coming alongside us here on Mississippi Live. And again, that's going to behave itself. That is not. Oh, it did actually. Okay, there we go. So as you can see, appreciate everybody for watching Marietta, Water Valley, all across the area. Ripley and Dumas, the strongest storms are a little south of you. I mentioned in Pisgah there, a heavy rainfall so far. That's about all a lot of folks have seen. And most of this, again, we're going to go back and forth on whether or not this fully gets up to produce severe weather. From time to time, it could. Remains to be seen. If you have not taken the chance, download our apps, Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, all different ways, again, in which you can interact with us here on Mississippi Live and support us here in the Room to Room Weather Center. Current time is now 11:47. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. Again, you're watching Mississippi Live. We're a 24/7 streaming service based out of the Tupelo area. The other thunderstorms we have back here closer to Frankstown, probably a little stronger than the one that's prompted our severe thunderstorm warning. You know, using that same threshold we said a minute ago there, the height of the thunderstorm, that is extending up to about 50,000 feet. So that one may be high enough that if it goes through a collapsing phase, we have to kind of worry about that. We'll look 3D on that. We'll kind of cut it down to some of the more intense returns. See, I don't necessarily think we necessarily even have severe hail out of that as well at this point. So most of our other thunderstorms, again, more below severe limits than that one is as well. So good signs there. So maybe we can get a little rest before things pick back up. I will say this, and I want to be clear about this here. We expect that today, if we see severe weather, it's going to be in short bursts. It's going to be, hey, that thunderstorm really built up and it comes to a big collapse, and that's where we kick out some strong wind gusts. Coming up at noontime, we'll go ahead and kind of give you a one-over on what the overall weather kind of forecast is here and what we're looking at for the severe weather risk for today. So that's something, again, we'll talk more about here coming up at noontime on Mississippi Live as well, as that warning will probably expire by then. Let's look in the wider shot here, kind of see the overall look at way things are. There's a 1 hour loop here. And you can see, so what's happened is we kind of hit a temperature we call the convective temperature. It's the temperature where things just start bubbling up. And so when that happens, storms start bubbling. And if the atmosphere is right, when they collapse, they kick out strong winds. And so that's going to kind of be the story today, where very sporadic reports of strong winds are a possibility with this as well. I see someone mentioning behind the scenes here in our chat, power out in northern Marshall County. I haven't even had a drop of rain yet there. Hopefully there's not a lot of power outages like that come in checking those power outages at this point here by percentage. The green counties, even though green codes into something at the top, those are, again, our severe thunderstorm watch that we have in place there. Checking some of the amounts, again, not significant percentages of folks out of power at this point here, but this power outage map does tend to lag a little bit. So certainly probable that we'll get better information on that over time. But again, some sporadic power outages out there. That's typically to be expected here. I see someone asking about Boonville, talking about how loud it is there. Let's come into Boonville and we'll check and see if that camera with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers is back on. We had a disruption there to the camera in Boonville. We'll see if it is back. It does not look like it is. So we'll check our camera in Alcorn looking south and talk more about that there. So in Boonville, no tornadoes with this. And that would go really for any place this time. We are not thinking tornadoes out of our setup today. This is going to be gusty winds from time to time. It's going to be loud, but we're not talking about tornadoes out of these. Again, that's looking into Boonville there from our camera. As you can see, it just kind of has that dark gray sort of look. I'm going to pan it over a little bit more. We're just kind of looking into obviously a really dreary sort of look as the storm's producing some gusty winds and obviously the lightning. They're going to be loud. And you'll probably have some power disruptions from them. But here around Boonville, if I go look for storm rotation on this for a moment, for example, you'll notice there's none there that's of any kind of concern. And the only place I even have any kind of red showing up is out sort of in advance of where the storms are as well. So again, this is not a scenario where we expect to have tornadoes today. These are going to be pretty disorganized storms. So everywhere in green. And that does include about 2/3 the people that can watch us here on Mississippi Live, including the traditional viewing area, plus our folks down that catch us on Max South, down around Forest and Carthage and locations down south. This severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 5 p.m. The expectation is these sporadic thunderstorms off and on, some gusty winds, some large hail, no tornadoes. So just want to be crystal clear, no tornado threat of concern there. So let's start again tracking some of these storms. And if we look at lightning strikes, I'm going to tweak our lightning projection here for just a moment. I do hear someone saying it is hailing at the Chevron in Boonville. Hey, Haley, if you'd let us know how large that hail is, certainly that would help. Some small hail reported there in Cherokee from the storm out of Iuka from one of our followers as well. Appreciate those reports. If you could pass those along, certainly those are the kind that we try to pass along to the National Weather Service to make sure they are aware. And if you send in your reports using the Mississippi Live Weather app, National Weather Service Memphis gets those directly. Give me a moment here to type in a password so I can do something here behind the scenes. So give me just a moment to be able to pull that up here. So let's look at that hail potential. You going? Yeah. Little girls, love you too. Have fun at camp.
Yeah, I love you.
I'll see you later. Be safe.
Later.
Be good. Little girl's going to camp this week, and that's what they do, right? So excited for her to be able to do that. Check behind the scenes here for just a moment. And I'm getting logged in so that I can see your pictures behind the scenes here. It always logs us out every once in a while. Let's go. There we go. And Messenger, I'm just going to check and see what kind of pictures you have sent in, because if you send your pictures in using the Mississippi Live Weather app, it comes across our service here almost immediately. So when you get those, send them in. We appreciate everyone who does that. And again, supports us here on Mississippi Live. It does look like I'm going to have to log that back out and log it back in again. That's okay. That happens sometimes. We'll check a different platform for a moment. While we're talking, might as well pop up that chat here for just a second. And appreciate, again, Wayne's Pest Control, Mama Justice, the folks at Room to Room, all of our sponsors here on Mississippi Live for being being willing to come out and support with us. And as I say over and over again, support those folks that support us here in Mississippi Live. It's the only way in which we can continue to do this. Now, looking behind the scenes at some of your pictures, not a lot of good ones sent in yet, but use that Mississippi Live Weather app and ship those on in. We appreciate that. Appreciate everyone for wishing Penny having fun there at camp. Certainly we're excited for her to go, and appreciate all of the reports that you guys are sharing with us. When does it start to rain in Tupelo? Those storms back toward Alpine will start heading southward and heading back in here pretty soon, affecting you. Let's start with our severe thunderstorm warning here for a moment up here for Tishomingo County. For folks up there in Tishomingo County, these storms are probably below severe limits. That warning continues into 12:15. Again, coming up at 12 o'clock, I think we'll kind of do a reset here and kind of reestablish everything and kind of set the stage on where we expect and what we expect from here going through the remainder of the afternoon. But I would say out here, maybe some hail out of this. When we look at our hail swath from True Shield Roofing, we don't show a whole lot there. Still does show a little bit up there closer to Midway, but this is spitting out a hail there. It says about 11:45, maybe some. More of that starting to come from this storm up here kind of north of Boonville and south of Boonville. Those thunderstorms as opposed to ones farther east. And again, looking at the hail, still some hail. Where you see purple here, that's where it's possible that we could be talking about hail. And then the darker colors of purple tell us where it's most likely that we have had some of that there. So out here, kind of east of Tishomingo, where that's most likely. But looking at the top of the thunderstorm, again, going through enough of a collapsing phase that it's kicking out some of its stronger wind gusts right now. The storms all around Boonville, a little stronger, where you see the reds there. That's where the tops are up around 50,000 feet or so. And so when they're that high there, that's when it, obviously kicks out some strong winds when it goes through a bit of a collapsing phase there. Back over the precipitation modes, let's go and track just kind of that grouping of thunderstorms here toward the south and east. And speed on these has been around 20-ish miles per hour. So we'll go about like that. And I'm going to slice in here. So our severe thunderstorm, I'll pop that off there. We'll pop those other locations back on. And we'll kind of change the size here for a moment to get a few bigger locations in. And we're going to take it out, let's say 30 miles there, and change our angle just enough to possibly clip Tupelo in that for folks there. So we show Tupelo about 12:49, the middle part of town, obviously north and northwest part of town, a little bit earlier than that. If I aim in a little bit farther east, we show Tremont. I want to get Belmont and some other locations in this, because if you don't get this top one, this next one has a better chance to kind of possibly get to you. So we show Red Bay there by about 1 o'clock. So Belmont, we have full Golden there about 12:47, so pretty close to that time there for you. Saltillo about 12:19, Guntown 12:01. Let's go ahead and take about a brief break here for just a moment and be back here in just a second. We'll reset things, kind of give you an overall look at where models look and the chances for severe weather this afternoon as Mississippi Live Weather continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center in 60 seconds.
As a bankruptcy firm, Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling realizes many people are worried about their finances. We're here to guide you through the next steps to restart your life with easy video appointments. New clients don't have to leave home to get information about becoming debt-free. Also, convenient in-office appointments are available at the low cost of $340 upfront for a Chapter 13. You can be on your way to being debt-free. Contact Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling today or visit our website at mcdebtfree.com. We are here to help you.
Well, thank you so much again for sticking with us here on Mississippi Live. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. Let's kind of talk about where things go from here through the day. And we're looking at the first 12 here. And somewhere over the next few hours, again, we expect the coverage of rainfall to continue to increase. We're pretty limited now. A greater quantity of storms likely over the next few hours here, 20 to 30%, maybe up all the way to 50% coverage of storms trying to move through the area as we progress into this afternoon. We do continue to have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for some sections up here in Tishomingo County. It's one of a number of thunderstorms that have developed over the last couple of hours here. You'll notice we have this frontal boundary up to the north of us, right? This will continue to activate with storms. It's the reason why this green box is in place. The green box represents a severe thunderstorm watch in effect. That in effect for most locations until 7 p.m. Behind the scenes here, real quick, I need to go ahead and do another push alert to let folks know we're going to give people a noontime update. So give me just a second here. Live at noon. Up on storm chances through the day. Okay, just a moment here so I can kind of push that out for folks, and hopefully behind the scenes I have people that are sharing some of the stuff we need to do. So we'll send that out so that folks know we're kind of doing an overview update on where things are. Appreciate everyone for, again, watching us here in the Room to Room Weather Center. But that green box is our severe thunderstorm watch. Quick look here at modeling shows that, again, over the next few hours, our futurecast has really this cluster of thunderstorms being the main bogey until our kind of upper level system slides through. And then you'll notice here we have more thunderstorms that try to kind of roll in as we head later on into this evening. So there's kind of a couple of batches here. That's part of the reason why heavy rainfall and gusty winds will be the main order of business here for storms that we see today that do continue with those chances, I think, into this late evening and the overnight hours. I think by late overnight, most of the severe weather should be south of us, but we have kind of the batch that's out there now and another batch that's likely coming up after that there. Coming back over to Mama Justice Doppler radar. And again, you'll follow the lightning. That's always one way that we can kind of tell how rough things are, is if you follow the lightning strikes. And so I'm going to change this back over to graphics, right? And you can see here kind of these clusters of lightning strikes. What you will notice is in the storm itself, this Tishmingo storm that stretches up the Cherokee, we don't have a ton of lightning strikes right now. But we do have a greater number out here from Faulkner back out toward Rienzi, some of these storms. So at this point, while this storm still remains the storm that has our severe thunderstorm warning on it, I would say that it is probably not our strongest storm. I would say our strongest storm are the storms here from Guntown back toward around Marietta, the Altitude 2 community in Frankstown there. Those are the ones we're kind of most concerned with at this point in time. A couple ways in which we can kind of look at these storms. It'll be a little distance away, but we'll check out there from our camera in Iuka, looking back into that there. Again, heavy rainfall. The main thing that we saw in Iuka did not have really reports of anything more than that there as well. I see Mary behind the scenes asking, again, appreciate y'all for being on Facebook and YouTube for all of your questions there that you do have with us on there. The question is, what about rainfall going through the afternoon? We're going to continue to have showers and thunderstorms producing rainfall through the afternoon. That severe thunderstorm warning, though, likely to expire at 12:15, if not before that, for folks up there in Tishmingo County, the only warning that we have at this point in time. So let's get the track on our strongest thunderstorms. We did this a minute ago, but I think it bears repeating here because this is really the cluster that is the strongest. So to give you some times there, looking ahead, at about 20 miles per hour. And I'll double check that speed and the motion here in just a moment. So we'll make that a 1 hour loop. Get a look at this, make sure that's a good angle. That's a pretty good angle on that. And the fact, by the way, that I have these storms developing back behind it, that's where the flooding rainfall comes in. Somewhere in this zone from Ripley to Dumas, back out here towards south of Boonville, we're probably going to have somebody pick up 3 inches of rainfall if this trend continues here. So some flash flooding potential on top of everything else with that. So you can see sometimes there as that makes its way. Branyan about 12:08, current time is 12:02. So it's over Corona now. Marietta at 12:04 for you. Guntown 12:07. Looking at New Site 12:10. The Birmingham Ridge area about 12:19. Closer to Frog Island about 12:26, which is close enough to the Law Pond household over there that if we have everything picked up, good. If not, then do we need to pick up stuff? Just kind of throwing that out there. Yeah, outside. So just a double check on that there if we could. As my lightning has been detected in my area alert, just going off on my phone as well. So yes, I do get those. I do get those alerts as well. I'm going to shrink down the number of cities on our list there. So again, Marietta now, Guntown 12:07. We're looking at Mantachie about 12:40 for you. Golden 12:45. Red Bay about 12:56. Lightning, heavy rainfall, some gusty winds up around 50 to possibly up to 60 miles per hour possible out of this storm as it continues to move northeastward. Let's look at a couple other cameras here for a moment as I'm checking behind the scenes at if we have any good viewpoints there. Just give me just a second to do that. We can check our, again, ahead of this in the Tupelo area from our Tupelo camera. And then we'll kind of talk more about some of the other ingredients and everything going into this. And so there's our Tupelo camera. Again, kind of waiting. We're 90, feels like 100. Yuck. Man, y'all ready for that time of year? Apparently we're there in Tupelo. Appreciate Mitchell Cunningham and Bowling for being our partners on this Tupelo camera. But that dew point is at 75. That's really high. That is soupy air. This happens about 2 or 3 times a year where we get just really, really, really sticky air in place. And then we get some storms to go, and then they just gobble it up, and they kick out some strong wind gusts. That's the threat that I think we run into with our chances for storms today. So let's talk about that overall threat here. So you can see in the near term where those storms are. The threats today, severe weather threat is a level, as you can see, this is a level 2 out of 5. The number on this comes back to the number of reports of severe weather, right? So in a 5 out of 5, you'd expect to have tons of reports of severe weather. In a 2 out of 5, you expect to have some reports of severe weather, and you can still have strong wind gusts outside of, or hailstones outside of these risk areas, but the odds become lesser and lesser. There is, I've got to clear off our watch just to make sure that it's crystal clear on there. Watches and warnings for a moment. There is no tornado risk today out of these storms. They are disorganized. So while they can kick out some strong wind gusts, might have some 65-mile-per-hour wind gusts out of these storms as they collapse, we are not going to see tornadoes out of this setup today because these storms remain very disorganized. Hail is a possibility on our True Shield hail threat there, level 1 out of 5 severe weather risk, a few hailstones possible from time to time. Severe hail is hail that's 1 inch in size. And by the way, if you have a coin, put that next to any hail that you send those pictures in. And that's one way, again, you could win $100 from True Shield Roofing there. They give a $100 gift card there for folks who send in the biggest hailstone if it's in excess of 1 inch in size. So kind of a cool way. They make a bad day a little bit less bad. Obviously, we don't want 1 inch hail. That's where we're starting to cause issues with roofs. That's where we're starting to cause issues with dents in cars and things like that. But the wind is the most likely impact that we will end up seeing here today. As you'll note that a wind risk level 3 out of 5 and does involve most locations that are in that watch that we were talking about just a moment ago, that severe thunderstorm watch. That, again, that's the counties in green here. Watch means that it's possible that something could happen. So a moment here to kind of pop this on. I think this does a good job of kind of explaining this here. So we start talking about a watch, and that's what most folks are under right now. Typically, that's a duration of several hours, and in some cases, hours of notice before something happens. It could be for large areas, and that's where we just want to make sure we have a plan. In the case of today, we're not talking about storm shelters in all likelihood out of these. Some damaging winds, obviously, we're for a vulnerable structure. We've got an extreme wind event going on, yes, but more likely than not, these are knocking down trees from time to time. Again, ice storm makes us more vulnerable than maybe we would be in a typical situation in this. But the watch we have in place, that typically is in advance for hours in advance before storms hit. Warnings, 20 minutes to an hour. And typically we're talking about, we need to be taking cover now, whether it's moving the car under something protected, not a tree, or moving ourselves inside as well. That's where we come in there when we start talking about, warnings, is when we need to be kind of in those safer locations there as well. Our severe thunderstorm warning does continue in the yellow box here for Tishomingo County. And I do think that they're probably going to have to put out a severe thunderstorm warning up here in Prentiss County at some point if this continues. Just as I mentioned a minute ago, follow the lightning. If I peel everything off of here, for a moment, actually we'll leave it on, but you can see here just looking at where can you not even see the red through it, where this lightning is here in Marietta. So I think that this is strong enough that they're probably going to have to consider issuing a severe thunderstorm warning on this. If we check our True Shield hail threat there, I can't even see that through the lightning. I'm going to pull the lightning off here for a moment. And there's a warning. So new severe thunderstorm warning coming out that does include parts of Prentiss, Lee, And Itawamba County is that in effect until 1 p.m. So my folks behind the scenes here will go ahead and do a screen snap, and we will send something out related to that there. Again, severe thunderstorm warning, large hail potential on this, and strong gusty winds that has prompted that. Let's talk about two things here. First off, you can see where it's going. We've tracked that a couple of times here. Who is not included? Tupelo is not included. Saltillo is not included. Guntown's on the edge of that there, so clearly we'd be protecting ourselves there. But Verona, Shannon, Nettleton, not included in this. All those folks in Lee County there. Belmont has found itself between these two warnings, but we're right there, Marietta and Baldwin, Pratt's community, kind of right there in the heart of where this is right now, where this has been. You can see it's hard to even see through all the lightning strikes we have there. So I'm going to change our lightning back. There's two ways I show lightning. Sometimes it's those zigzags there. The other way is with these lines, because I can still see the quantity of lightning strikes, but you and everybody can still see the radar through it a little bit better like that. So Marietta there, moving toward Kirkville, where this is strongest at this time. And there is some hail depicted on it. I'm going to use our instantaneous hail threat here, using our True Shield Roofing hail threat. Not super high at this moment, but you can see kind of the path that's developing there close to Marietta. So we'll look 3D on this, and we'll look aloft and check and see. Yeah, I can see it right there. I don't know if you can tell. Right there, I can see sort of the top of it cutting through. So that tells me we've got some pretty good sized hail on that. So let's slice into it. Yeah, see, we're all the way up to the kind of top scan that. So my hail is, though, down here closer to the surface. So that would be, what, 10,000 feet there, 20,000 feet there, 30,000 feet. So some of that hail is going up about 20, 25,000 feet or so. When we start seeing that hail about that high, it does have a tendency to possibly still exist, still make it down to the ground. When you are as warm as we are right now, that does melt some of the hail before it comes in contact. But I do see someone asking about Piney Grove Campground. I'm sorry I chuckled on that there, because you're pretty much in it. It's a little bit south. I guess it's a little south of you. So the Piney Grove Campground, right about, there at Bay Springs Lake. So this is a little bit south of you. Certainly don't want to find yourself at a campground in this situation. We're going to continue to have more of these. This is not the only batch we're going to have today. We will have additional thunderstorms that could be strong to severe today. So let's track that hail, again, 20-ish miles per hour. So in the short term here, Kirkville at about 12:17 for you, Ozark at 12:25. If we extend that, say 25 miles, and that were to continue out there, and let's expand this out just a little bit more. Can include a few other folks there. That's a more reasonable kind of track on that. So we show about 12:17, again, Kirkville, Ozark, about 12:25. Fairview community, we're looking at that for you at about 12:51, Fulton 12:55. So within about 40 minutes or so for you there in the Fulton area. Tilden at 1:15, Academy 1:24, and New Salem about 1:24 as well. Doppler radar indicates some large hail with that. I will say what's interesting there for our folks, I mentioned Piney Grove a moment ago there, you're kind of in this storm that's between the two. So I'm going to get a shot of that here for you quickly as well. It's not as intense as the other thunderstorm there, but obviously I know anytime we have folks there at the lake, or if they're at the beach there that we do have at Bay Springs, we need to hopefully be getting to our cars. And that might, okay. So like when we start talking about tornado warnings, we talk about, not wanting to be in a vehicle. Cars, trucks, and manufactured homes are the most dangerous in tornadoes. In the case of this, where we don't really have a lot of good options out here, and this is not a severe thunderstorm, for folks there maybe that have gone to the beach there at Bay Springs Lake or at some of the campgrounds, we're better off in our cars than we are out in it. So we want to find the least bad place. We want to kind of move up the sheltering continuum to someplace a little bit stronger. And so certainly in your vehicle and able to move to where you're not beneath a giant tree would be the recommendation in this case there for you. Looking behind the scenes here at our discussion with everybody. No new reports coming in on that. Appreciate everybody for watching us. Someone asked about Houston. We'll talk about that in a moment, a little bit more about what we are seeing there for you in just a second. So anyway, my track there was for a different storm than this. The storm that we're zoomed in on is non-severe at this point. The one that is severe is the one here in yellow. Does involve northeastern Lee, much of Itawamba, and parts of Prentiss County, in effect until 1 p.m. The strongest portion where that white line is, going right in the middle there on Mama Justice Doppler radar, and heading down toward the Fulton area, Clay Community, and Tremont Academy, all kind of in the path of where this is going there. Again, I do appreciate everybody for your comments and your reports. Let us know again in the comment section here what you are seeing. Monroe County will look down for you in a minute. This eventually is heading your way, but nothing significant in Monroe County at this point in time. Thaxton, we're in good shape right now. No severe weather for you. But the concern is not just the storms we have here, but the fact they're kind of lined up behind this. We're going to have a few different waves of thunderstorms here that'll try to kind of move through. And so some flooding rainfall potential there as well on that. So kind of multiple waves moving in from the north and west with this as this moves in. So join the conversation on Facebook, on YouTube. The easiest way to watch us is using that Mississippi Live weather app. I'm going to grab my phone, which I left over here to begin with earlier on. But make sure you have that app. You get those alerts. And that's the fastest way to find us. If you're always searching for where we're at on social media, the easiest way to find us is using the Mississippi Live weather app. Again, free and available for all of those different devices there. As we come back here in the Room to Room Weather Center, it's currently 12:15. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Loppon. We're tracking some severe thunderstorms, potential to produce some hail that could be up in excess of an inch in size. We'll come into two-dimensional mode here on our True Shield hail threat up here close to Marietta and Kirkville, moving there about to cross the Natchez Trace Parkway, crossing the Natchez Trace Parkway right now where the strongest portion of this storm is. And so again, tracking that ahead, you can see Kirkville, it's over top of you pretty much now. Going back here in the precipitation mode, yeah, it's, again, right over top of you in Kirkville and Ozark at this instant here. Some gusty winds with this, some large hail again as that slides toward the south and east. The one problem with our Tupelo camera, and I'll try to switch it over and see if we get shot, is we're going to be looking back through the tower on this. We don't have the greatest view back to the north and east. The best part about having these towers, you get them up good and high, and you can look over top and have a great view. The worst part is, when you have a storm that's, blocked by one of the tower legs, which is just, a function of looking up so high. And looking northeast, actually, this would be a direction we might actually have a viewpoint on this here in a minute. So again, the northeastern portion of Lee County under that severe thunderstorm warning. In the corner there, that's where you could see again the kind of the eastern, northeastern portion of the county under that severe thunderstorm warning until 1 p.m. Again, Mama Justice Doppler radar, as we've been tracking that there, has produced maybe some hail, but I think it's in the process of trying to drop some of that right now. So we'll come back to this camera shot here in a minute as this storm moves in, because looking northeast, directly northeast, we'd be looking right about, see if I can make it through pretty much right where my mouse is there. I don't know if you can see my mouse very well, but directly kind of into that. So we should have a good view of that here, at least as good a view as we're going to get in a couple of minutes. So let's look three-dimensionally on this storm here. Look for that largest hail aloft in it. Again, over top of you in Kirkville now. You can tell where this extends up highest there, almost 50,000 feet for that heaviest precipitation. And what we look for in this, if you've watched us at all since we've had Mama Justice Doppler radar, right here, and we start cutting it like this, and we're almost white on those hail returns, that's going to be some severe hail up there aloft in the storm itself. So that's pretty much right over top of Kirkville as we look back to 2D mode on that. Yeah, right over top of Kirkville to the Ozark community along 371, where this is probably going to drop. If it goes through the collapsing phase, this is where it's going to drop that hail. If not, it might wait just a little bit farther south and east of that, as it generally is moving that direction there. So some large hail potential out of this. Just on the wider shot, make sure there's not something else I'm missing. Nope, that is easily our strongest here with that storm. I'm going to do kind of a wider track so I can get the whole storm here from near Saltillo, where we'll check a camera there here in just a brief moment. And there we go. There's kind of a list of some other locations. Morville, by the way, about 1246 for you, as that's moving in about 20-ish miles per hour from the north and west toward the south and east. Nope, we got to change our angle. I did not drag that angle out correctly. I went a little too far south. I need to go a little more east than that. So let's fix that. Nope, and that's also not very good. Third time's a charm. Get that just right. There. We're going to go a little more that direction at about 22 miles per hour. There's our adjusted time. And the heaviest part, now I had Morville on a track a minute ago. I guess that's instructive because these storms back here closer to Blue Springs and Sherman will probably expand back westward a little bit more. And as they do, this will move through Morville in some spots there. But the strongest portion of this, the part that has prompted the severe warning, the one where right where that white line is near Kirkville over top of you, that's where some of that hail, if it's producing hail, is most likely producing some of that right now. How do we send photos? Amanda Bishop, appreciate you for asking that question. The easiest way to send photos is probably using the Mississippi Live weather app. You can do that. We have some QR codes that are probably the easiest way to do that there. And I have a malfunction of one thing behind the scenes, or else I'd pop it up the easiest way. Let's try. Nope, definitely guessed wrong on that. Click that there. There we are. So here's how, again, you can send in your photographs using our iOS and Android app. You can share those with us. I'm going to check here behind the scenes, see if we've gotten any in the last little bit. Does not look like we have on that one. I'm going to check one other place here, see if we've gotten any good ones in. So using the Mississippi Live Weather app, it's also obviously the way in which you can follow us and everything we're doing here on Mississippi Live all the time. I'm going to hit refresh. I think I broke something. There we are. Okay. Whoa. Those are interesting. That shows me how badly I need to get it logged in over here on this. So here we're going to do, we're going to take a brief break. I'm going to get my web page here logged in, and I'll be back here in 60 seconds from the Room to Room Weather Center's Mississippi Live Weather continues right after this. Assuming I get my mouse in the right monitor.
At First Choice Bank, we know you can't always make it before the bank closes. With our integrated teller, you can talk to a live person as late as 7 p.m. on weekdays and noon on Saturdays. It's not just an ATM, it's an ITM. First Choice Bank, your choice for banking.
Give the gift of a delicious burger from Bulldog Burger, a soup and sandwich from Sweet Pepper's Deli, appetizers and cocktails from The Grill, or even a wood-fired steak from Harvey's. Choice is the perfect gift. An all-in-one gift card from Eat With Us.
It's a summer squeeze at Room to Room. We're squeezing prices with 50% off furniture and mattresses, an extra 20% off accessories, an extra 10% off rugs, plus 18 months special financing. Shopping at Room to Room is easy peasy lemon squeezy.
I felt accomplished after I got my diploma. Made me feel that I could take on whatever challenges life throws at you.
Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org.
Well, at some point here in the future, I might make our breaks a little bit longer to try to get this up and going. That didn't work here. You're watching Mississippi Live. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon here as we are I'm looking behind the scenes at some of your pictures, and hopefully I'll be able to get those up and going for you in front of the camera here in a minute. Most of what I'm seeing just kind of dark cloud sort of pictures, which is a good sign. If you see anything dangling down, there is not a tornado threat today. I want to make sure that before we go any further that we are crystal clear on that. The severe weather threat for today, as you can see, does involve many locations, most locations in the traditional Mississippi Live and previous TV viewing area there, but does also extend back through the Mississippi Delta. When we look at the tornado threat for today, well, the green you see there is a little misleading because that's our watch. We'll talk more on that in a minute. But again, here's our severe weather threat. There is no tornado threat. Now, damaging wind. Yes. And if we're talking about a large hail, a possibility to have some issues with that as well. But as far as tornadoes are concerned, no tornado threat today for us to be concerned with. We do expect we'll have additional thunderstorm development back behind our boundary here. There is a kind of a cold front that's up here. Cold might be overstating things, but there's a front up in the north here, and projections have this area back toward Missouri, igniting with more thunderstorms and moving in. So this is kind of the first wave. There will probably be multiple waves of showers and thunderstorms that try to progress through the area today, starting north and west and moving south and east. The big headline you need to know is that these storms, most storms, are not going to be severe. Some storms, though, will have some damaging winds, and with vulnerability coming on the tail feathers of the ice storm, I think that, from time to time, there will be concerns there as well. Popping our watches and warnings back on, the Ozark community, you're one of those folks that we're watching very closely for the potential that this could be producing some hail up in excess of 1 inch in size. Our True Shield hail swath shows again right over Kirksville and Ozark community there. This would be the Tennessee Tom Bigby waterway south of Sandy Springs there. So a lot of kind of open farmland that this is trying to work its way toward. But that would be where we're most likely to see some large hail out of this, again, near the Ozark community there, moving toward Fulton eventually as it's moving in about 20 miles per hour. Let's get that track there into Fulton. Again, I'll say 22 miles per hour. We show about 1250 for you in the Fulton area if it kind of continues at the pace it is. And if it's able to hold together any longer, I'll expand this out slightly. As you can see, we're looking at West Fulton there by right around 1249. Fulton itself and 1250, obviously a little expanse between those two locations there. I'd say Fulton more directly in the path of where this is going for you. Clay Community at 1256 and eventually Tilden 109, 105 there, Van Buren, and Academy about 117. Check our camera there in the Saltillo area. Again, kind of on the north side of Tupelo, the Saltillo area, sort of at the edge of the heavy rainfall. You can see the winds definitely kind of blowing that camera around just a little bit there. Maybe 30 to 40 mile per hour winds, even in the Saltillo area, possibility out of that thunderstorm there. I'll see if Fulton's back up and going. The Fulton cameras with the Mississippi Department of Transportation look like they're back up and going there. So let's kind of check those out a little bit closer. This would be one of our north-facing cameras, again, looking toward the dark grays as we look north there into the Fulton area. Of course, I-22 would be crossing right there. 90, the temperature feels like 100. Dew point is 75, so it is very humid out there. And that's contributing to these thunderstorms. They're going to use up that humid air. They're going to pop it up, and it's going to produce strong gusty winds from time to time. But I don't know how loudly I can say it from the rafters. There is no tornado threat today. Damaging winds a possibility, but no tornado threat that we're concerned with. Outside in Pontotoc right now, our camera there, winds northwest at 12 miles per hour. In a moment to kind of pan that camera shot around to look into some of these storms. To hear some thunder at Casa de la Bondo. And got a couple different ways we can look. I'm going to look back toward the storm that's over top of Tupelo. Looks a little heavier on something behind the scenes here, so it's going to flip. Of course, that is the problem we run into. I mentioned a minute ago, sometimes with these cameras, exactly what you want to see is behind the tower itself. It's great that we have them up high, but that part is a struggle. But luckily, we have a bunch of different cameras we can kind of look at here. So this is looking kind of north. So again, the Pontotoc, it's still just ahead of everything. 90, the temperature there as well, and fairly steamy at this time period there. And coming back to Tupelo, looking back into that severe storm there, and there's a pretty hefty look at that. Severe thunderstorm warning for the eastern part of Lee County until 1 p.m. And appreciate our partners at North Mississippi Storm Chasers on this camera network. I'm going to pan this a little bit more to the right so that I can continue to kind of look into the severe portion of this storm. A moment to do that there. So we're looking kind of ahead of that there. So obviously just kind of looks like a big dark cloud when you're even just 10, 12 miles away. I mentioned that Tupelo storm. There's one, it looked a little more impressive from a farther distance away there. So Mike with the National Weather Service there, need to get logged back in there. And I'm not, I'll have to get him. I know Mike is probably watching. So if you're watching Mike, if you can click on that content tab and then click 24 hours, which is kind of the time scale at the bottom, and then click gallery, it should pop up in there. If it does not, you just shoot me another text message here in a minute. We'll take a look. That's me, again, communicating with the National Weather Service up there in the Memphis area. No hail. I'll tell you right now, Mike, no hail, just a lot of dark, twisty clouds. I'd like to get on the air myself, but the problem is my browser here needs to reset a cookie, and I can do a lot of things, but reset, little things like that and talk about storms on the air, yet to be something I've added to my skill set. So hopefully at some point here. Kind of digging back into our peak severe weather threats on this. This also shows, again, the Ozark community there, where we have some of the darkest purple. It does show one there pretty much over top of Amory. Let's take a look at that, because we have not been down to Monroe County in the last little bit. That one pretty concentrated on kind of the southeast side of town, very close to the radar, so sometimes it's easy for the radar to overestimate a storm like this. We'll check our camera. That'd be right over top of where our Amory camera should be. So let's go down to our Amory camera there. Yeah, it's in it. So whatever this is producing, it's producing right there. I don't see a lot of hail on there. It just looks like really heavy rainfall in the Amory area. Appreciate North Mississippi Storm Chasers, our partners here on Mississippi Live, and all of our partners, including Mama Justice for the radar there. And, of course, Room to Room here in the Weather Center. You've seen their logo on there a lot as well. So looking there in Amory, again, you're right underneath it. I'm going to look a different direction here from Aberdeen. Don't you love how, same county, same first letter in the word, and a world of difference between what the two are experiencing right now. I'm going to look northward, and hopefully we're not looking back through a camera, through a tower on this as well. Well, that one's going to move slowly. So there we go, looking back toward that Amory storm. And what I'm going to see on this as I pan it up, so I want to see, height-wise, if we can see how structurally sound it looks. I'm not going to be able to get all the way to the top of that there. But it's just right over top of the radar site, so we don't always get a good look at it. But you can definitely see it building up there. Again, 91 temperature there. Feels like 111. Yuck. In Aberdeen. That's a lot of fuel that these thunderstorms are going to yield. So that storm I mentioned near Amory there, that's going to be moving southeastward. So we'll track that one again, 20-ish miles per hour toward Westville. We show for you at 1254. Let's assume it's going to hold on at least 15 miles. Let's increase that width a little bit more. So Becker, we show at 1238, Hatley at 1238. Athens at 1248 Quincy, and close to Greenwood Springs at right around 1258. So Doppler radar indicated heavy rainfall. Not a lot of severe weather out of that yet at this point here, but interesting to see that one's pretty hefty. And for the Kim there in Hamilton, that's the one we're watching for you. I need to check rainfall amounts. This might seem like, well, what? Why? Okay, the reason we're talking about rainfall amounts on this is because our rainfall rate is pretty heavy, and we have the beginnings of some storms kind of following a similar path, right? When that happens, that's where we start looking toward, could we get what's called training, which is where we have flooding rainfall that occurs. Because you'll note here, sort of a path where we had those initial storms, and they're kind of following the same path there. So while now I show less than 2 inches on all of those, if you get that next one upstream to produce another half inch to inch, and the one after that, that's where the flooding rainfall becomes a concern there. And so could become a concern in a little bit as we go forward here. Let's reset here for a moment. Current time is now 12:33. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We're a 24/7 weather streaming service based out of the Tupelo, Mississippi area. Here in the Room to Room Weather Center, we've been tracking things for about an hour related to large hail and perhaps some strong gusty winds. Everybody you see in green here, the counties in green, kind of on the map in the background, it's pretty much everybody on the screen at this moment. Those are under a severe thunderstorm watch. That's in effect until 7 p.m. tonight. So does include, again, Panola County, Quitman County, Tallahatchie County, and really most locations here across North Mississippi. I'll pop on just that watch by itself for a moment. And so if you're in one of these counties, again, this watch remains in effect until 7 p.m. tonight. So we expect additional thunderstorms after the ones we have out there now. As those develop and move in, they're going to kick out strong gusty winds and perhaps large hail from time to time. And so, plan accordingly. There is no tornado threat to speak of out of this, though. Ton of lightning. I'm going to go and stop it on the current scan here. Just on our view here, we have 4,400 lightning strikes in the last 45 minutes or so. So 4,400 lightning strikes. That is going to cause power disruptions even if nothing else does. That is reason enough to move inside. Follow the lightning to where the storms are strongest. That's what we typically say in this time of the year. And in saying that, our storm that previously was severe when it was up in Tishomingo County, warning allowed to expire on that near the Red Bay area. A ton of lightning showing up on this one. That's what all these kind of white stripes are. And when you see them flash, that's a lightning strike within the last 2 minutes. And so I have them turned down just because if I put on the kind of regular lightning strike graphic, I couldn't see the radar really through that and to give analysis to it. So I just turn it down to where it's just those lines. But as you can see, it's just a ton of lightning. That's probably one of the biggest impacts that we have out of these storms. I'm going to get a new storm track on this one here. Again, Seven Pines and Red Bay over top of you, moving southeastward 20 miles per hour. We'll say 22, so I can get a speed there into Hackleburg. Seven Pines, we show that for you until 12:39. Again, this is officially a non-severe thunderstorm. Could have some hail, could have some gusty winds. No tornado threat. Burnout, we're at 12:47. We're looking toward Jordan's Mill at 12:48. Vine at 12:52. Pig Eye at 1:18. And Hackleburg about 1:34. Doppler radar indicated strong gusty winds, 40, maybe 45 miles per hour. Could have some hail out of it. I will say the wind potential out of some of these storms looks a little greater on this batch here, stretching from 363 and 371 there in eastern Lee County all the way to Fairview. Those brighter greens start to show up on here, indicating some stronger wind gusts. Now, they're not extreme yet. If I just kind of poke and prod here, 30, 40 miles per hour on a fairly widespread scale. Which means, again, underneath the resolution of where the radar is, we could have some 50 to possibly 60 mile per hour winds out of the strongest portion of that there. We'll say that the main hail potential out of that, I think that hail core, the one we had up here around Kirkville, we were talking about, extended higher earlier, that has collapsed. And so stronger wind gusts with that, that's probably part of the reason why those have showed up a little bit more is with that as well. Give me a moment. I'm reading something behind the scenes here. Okay. Weather Service just talking about, the potential for a round 2 later today. And if you caught us off the top at noon, that's one of the things we mentioned. Let's go ahead and I'm going to take a brief break here for just a second. We're going to come back and I'll address that threat as Mississippi Live Weather continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center in 60 seconds.
March 24th, 2023 was a normal Friday. We knew the weather was not good, but we needed to take shelter, and we didn't have shelter. My husband and almost 2-year-old daughter, Ethan and Riley, they did lose their lives in the storm. We're still recovering from it. We'll always be recovering from it. Matt Lopon cares about the community. He's not just there to collect a paycheck. I feel like Matt Lopon has proven himself trustworthy.
Well, I thought I built myself in a little bit longer than that, but I think that's long enough for us to kind of address things. Let's do an overview, and then let's talk where we go from here. So here's again where you are looking on Mama Justice Doppler radar here at our severe thunderstorm watch. Locations in green here in effect until 7 p.m. Okay, good. Looks like Weather Service got their thing. Well, at least Weather Service is in there. If only I could get it on. We'll show you some of those pictures in a minute. But the locations in green under that severe thunderstorm watch, not just because of where we have storms now. We expect more to develop next few hours, but we also expect that there'll be a batch of thunderstorms develops back behind this to the north and west. So looking at Futurecast, we're going to look a couple different ways. Here's a look at our HRRR Futurecast, one that we can show quite often here. And so it shows next couple of hours how the storms, again, I think it underdoes the storms on the Mississippi side. I'm going to re-rack that here for a moment. And I think, again, the positioning, okay at best. It's going to go gray in between here for a second as I go back. Yeah, see, there's more thunderstorms out there than what it's resolving. So, again, I think it's underdoing our storms here on the Mississippi side just a little bit on this one. But you can see how there's kind of an initial wave here. If you back this county back to the west, this is still affecting maybe Houston and Aberdeen and West Point and Columbus here as we go through the afternoon. A lot of times we're like, oh, that's it and done. That's not the case in this situation here because we expect we'll have additional storm development back up here closer to our front behind this, at least some indications on our projection that would be the case. So let's go ahead and look at how that could play out. And again, we show that kind of activating with more storms back up here into Arkansas, possibly right beneath this here into the Memphis area, again, below the front. It's important to show the front because it's kind of the feature that's causing it, but you want to obviously see the future radar, it's below that there. And see how that kind of spills in and kind of regenerates more thunderstorms as we head toward, say, around 7 to 8 o'clock tonight. I think timing, again, flexible, but the takeaway should be we have the storms out there now. We have additional thunderstorms that will redevelop as we go into this evening and into the late overnight period. Now, I cannot say this more clearly than this. We are not worried about tornadoes with this. I would say, is it a zero threat? No. Is it a very, very low threat? Yes, because these storms are largely disorganized. Now, sometimes if they get, kind of a big blob of storms heading into the area like this is, there can be small spots where something tries to spin up. That's why I'm not going to say zero. But this is not any sort of significant tornado threat. This is more likely to be damaging winds and maybe some large hail. And you can see into this evening, we'll continue to have some thunderstorm chances into the overnight hours. Largely, we just have a ton of fuel out there, and that's one of the things that will help those storms to develop. So I'm going to go and we're going to look at a different version of Futurecast. And again, this is our strike model, which is underwhelmed by this initial round. Great. And does definitely show that secondary round. Now, here's something to consider, that this particular projection, if it underdoes the earlier round, that means there's more fuel available for the later round. And even then, I think big takeaway, rather than location, any sort of specifics here, is it does have a second round. And it does not show individual rotating sort of thunderstorms, anything like that. So this is not a tornado threat for tonight, again, on that as well. It's damaging winds, absolutely. So prepare accordingly. Obviously, with the ice storm that we came off of earlier this year, and if you're not sick of me saying this every time we have a chance for wind, you will be by this time next year. There's limbs that even on my driveway, that are somewhat dangling, they're 60 feet up. Nothing that I'm going to be able to touch up there and do with unless I got it. And we live in the middle of a forest, so I'm not going to be able to hit each and every one of those. So all of that to say that we're just going to be more vulnerable to strong winds the next year, honestly, to 2 years because of the ice storm. If you had issues there, if you didn't, then these aren't as impactful. But with the ice storm, kill off that we had there, trees, it's going to be easier to push trees down. It's going to be easier to bring down branches that were already damaged. So multiple chances, as you can see, for storms as we go into this evening, continue close to that boundary there. New severe thunderstorm warning issued within the last couple moments. It does include our storm there in Red Bay that we were talking about a little bit ago. close to Red Bay and Seven Pines near 247, Alabama 247, tracking there just a little north of Alabama 19 here in Franklin County, Alabama, near Belgreen as well. They've gone ahead and included basically the whole county in the thought process that maybe those other thunderstorms, again, all the way up to the ones closer to Tuscumbia, could potentially be strong to severe. So let's get a track on the whole shebang here, going from Littleville to Russellville. Again, Russellville, that is non-severe, what's right over top of you. And so directly ahead of this, that's kind of overplaying the hand maybe a little bit, but better to kind of include a few too many than few too few in this situation, I think, of the Weather Service size, and I'd agree with that. So we show Gravel Hill at 12:45 for you. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning in Franklin County, Alabama. Snap that picture there and send it to folks ahead and on social media as well of this track, and mentioning that new severe thunderstorm warning there in Franklin County, Alabama. Pleasant Ridge, we're there at 12:46. Which is basically right now Vina 12:47. It's over top of you in Red Bay. Let us know in Red Bay what you are seeing. I see Rosa, by the way, I'm always kind of checking behind the scenes here, and we'll kind of pop that up as well for some folks. Give me a moment. So, always watching the chat, and I think this one is, a worthwhile discussion. Was it Rosa there mentioning she's in Kemper County and in a mobile home? Manufactured homes are never a safe place when we're talking about tornadoes. And I would say today, our bigger concern is if there's a tree that's the right direction, that's somewhat weaker, or that's, dangling right over. That's where we always have the greater concerns, right? That something could go wrong with this. So the assessment I would make is trying to figure out, okay, do we have a tree that we need to be concerned about? Because if we do, then we need to make whatever adjustments we need to make. If we don't, then that's fine. Give me a second while I'm trying to put some behind the scenes here. And this other one. Okay, deal with that in a minute. Okay, so reset things here for a moment. 12:45 current time. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon, and you're watching Mississippi Live. We're a 24/7 streaming service based out of the Tupelo area. I see Ayuka showing up in the comments there. You were some of the first folks that we covered today here in the Room to Room Weather Center a little bit ago. In Ayuka, there are some thunderstorms around for you, but the severe thunderstorms are to your south and east. A new severe thunderstorm warning because of those down there. That does include Marion County. It's the same track, same locations that we were tracking a moment ago there as it makes its way into Marion County, Alabama for that same cluster of storms. Also, since the last time we mentioned it, National Weather Service there in Memphis going ahead and canceling the severe thunderstorm warning for Lee, Itawamba. It moved out of Prentiss County. Not a lot of reports coming out of that storm of late, and so they've gone ahead and canceled that. That's not to say there aren't going to be some issues. That is to say that it's probably dropped whatever hail it was going to drop in this iteration. The thing is, today there's enough fuel out there that it could then spawn another one ahead that then tries to do all of the same things. So I see the mention there, bad wind in the Baldwin area from, who is that, Nikki in Baldwin. We'll go ahead and take a look at kind of the wind on all of these here for a moment. Gusty winds don't show anything over the top there. Do show maybe a little stronger, but also could be the angle to the radar site there for the Baldwin area. By the way, all these lines you see are lightning strikes. There's just tons and tons of lightning strikes just on this small zoomed in area we have here. 1,400 lightning strikes, almost 1,500 lightning strikes in the last 45 minutes or so. That's a lot of electricity, likely causing some power disruptions as well. So south of Frankstown, yeah, this is gusty wind there. This is not a tornado. Let's be clear. There's nothing on here that makes me think tornado at all. So no tornadoes out of what we are seeing here today. Okay? Want to just be crystal clear and upfront with you. No tornadoes. But some gusty wind, 40 to 50 miles per hour possible out of this. Looking for hail using our True Shield hail swath. You can see the hail with the other thunderstorms that we had there from kind of the first batch. And it does still show maybe just the littlest bit there, maybe with that part that's north of Centerville, moved through Centerville toward Mantachie, maybe some small hail out of this. So I would say in both these cases, hail pea size, that remains a possibility. Larger than that, probably not. Wind-driven hail, not something you want to mess with. as long as your cars are as put away as they can be, and the kids and yourself are inside, then we've done what we can do in this case with storms like this. I'll check the power outages. There are a couple different ways which we can do that here. Look at power outages, not extreme yet at this point. Looking just at specific numbers there. We do show about 1,500 power outages there in Tishomingo County. So about 1,500 folks in Tishomingo County out of power so far. I'll try to check kind of behind the scenes at some options on that as well. So power outages are increasing, and that is not shocking when you talk about the quantity of lightning that we do have. On the wider shot here, thunderstorms developing down into Monroe County. We tracked a few of those a little bit ago. Do have an excellent shot coming from our camera in Aberdeen there that we had positioned pretty well a little bit ago. We showed, primarily just the blue skies and the clear conditions. This is our shot from our camera there in Aberdeen, which looks a little bit more tumultuous at this point in time. Kind of pan this over to the right just a little bit. Again, looking at the base of that thunderstorm there. Again, some low-hanging stuff, dark, no sort of tornadoes or anything like that out of this. Let's be clear. 91 the temperature. With that high dew point, feels like it's 108 in Monroe County. Yuck. That's just, I'm sorry. I know there's a technical term for that, but the only thing that comes to my mind when I hear that is just yuck, because that is yuck. We'll go to Caledonia. Look at our camera there in Caledonia. And we're kind of looking north into that same storm as well. Again, just kind of has that dark blue sort of sky. Here's the thing. You see all this stuff like bubbling up in advance? That's just saying that we've hit that temperature, what we call the convective temperature, where storms start bubbling, right? It's like in your pot of water, getting ready to make mac and cheese. Maybe that's all I make, but anyway, pasta of some sort, right? You turn it on, and it sits there, and it sits there, and then all of a sudden there are little bubbles that start showing up. But they're sitting there, and they're sitting there, and then there's a point where those bubbles start lifting, right? Where the water starts boiling. In a similar way, there's a temperature, again, in that pot where the water has now started boiling, and there's a temperature in the atmosphere where storms start bubbling up when you have a certain amount of moisture, depending on what that moisture level is and the heat is that day. We're at that temperature north of Caledonia. That's why this is all bubbling up. And that's why, as we look at Mama Justice Doppler radar across the whole area, that those storms are just kind of all bubbling up in this zone here, right? Because it's all that spot where we have enough instability, unstable air, and then just get this all kind of bubbling up all over the place. So we expect additional development to continue over the next few hours here related to this. But one of the ways, there's a whole lot of ways we know that we're not talking about tornadoes out of this. And one of those is there's a lot of stuff on here. So I'll see if I can cut it down. I'm going to cut it. I wonder if I can cut it to just cut everything else out. Nah, I couldn't quite get there. But I'm looking at this right there. See how that kind of stands out? That is what we call an outflow boundary, and that's kind of the edge of our rain-cooled air. And when that starts to get ahead of the thunderstorms like this, there's no most unstable air. It's getting back up here into the thunderstorm. And so in that scenario, you're not going to get tornadoes or anything like that. They're disorganized. There's a whole lot of other reasons why it's not going to happen, but just add that to your list of security stuff that we don't need to worry about that as well. So again, keep that in mind. Again, no tornado with what we have here today. Let's come in a little closer towards some of these storms. Back here, again, the severe thunderstorm warning allowed to expire for spots out here in Itawamba and parts of Lee and Prentiss counties. Just heavy rainfall, some gusty winds, but luckily on this, when I check our wind in particular here on Mama Justice Doppler, I don't see anything that's super concerning with that as well. So again, this is one of those days we're just going to continue to track these for a while. We have some severe thunderstorm warnings, but as we reset things here for a moment, and I think we'll kind of do a full reset at 1 o'clock. This is kind of the first round out of what we expect to be possibly multiple opportunities for storms today. Looking at the risk here for severe weather, you'll notice it extends back north and west, right? I'll kind of put my hand right there on the northwest edge of this. So we go back over on the radar here, you'll notice there's almost nothing from Springfield, Missouri, all the way down here to where our storms are. It's because additional storms are expected to develop up here and progress in as we go later on this evening, late afternoon and evening. Now, no guarantees that second round fire is there, but certainly some indications that it could on modeling, as we showed you a little bit ago as well. Looking behind the scenes in our discussions again with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, as well as the folks at the National Weather Service. Not seeing a lot of storm reports at this point here, but we expect, again, more of those to come in as we go forward in time. Let me check one other thing here behind the scenes. And we'll bring it back in for a moment while we do that. Appreciate your patience and support. And again, support those sponsors that support us here on Mississippi Live. We talk a lot about all the equipment that we have here is not free. It costs a lot of money. And so the way in which we are able to make that all work is through sponsorships. So whether it's Room to Room, the Weather Center here, or Mama Justice, or any of the other folks that you see advertising here, they have a choice on where they put their advertising dollars. So let them know that you appreciate them supporting what we do here on Mississippi Live. Storm chasers do not have anything of significance at this point in time, which is a good sign, and hopefully a trend that continues. It's, they want to be useful, but, if they're not seeing it, they're not seeing it, and that's a good sign there. Do see one of them popping up a picture of me, which is interesting. Man, they're always a good time. Picking at my Velveeta shells and cheese because I'm talking about a mac and cheese. Is it lunchtime? Must be lunchtime. That's the issue there. Let's get a track along the leading edge of kind of the heaviest batch of these storms. This is going to include a few folks ahead of this here that are already seeing storms now. So obviously those times are a little bit rough for you. But tracking this ahead again, this is a line of some strong gusty winds from time to time, a lot of lightning that's probably causing some power disruptions there, as well as some hail that could at times approach 1 inch in size. So I don't have a whole lot of indications of that at this moment here. So Duketon, we're about 1256 for you. Locations there in Marion and Franklin counties under severe thunderstorm warning, 11:45 Franklin County, 11:45 p.m. there in Marion County, Alabama as well. In Mississippi, we don't have any warnings at this moment in time, but of course we've covered Franklin and Marion counties for years, so that's not something we're going to ditch on, nor is it Lamar County, where we do have a storm up there just southeast of Detroit, northeast of Soligent. That's a non-severe storm as well. I'm going to change the size of the cities that we're tracking ahead on here for a moment. So we're going to go slightly larger cities so we can make sure that that time frame extends a little farther. And actually, I'm going to go 40 miles out to kind of extend that a little more. So we show Hodges at about 104 for you, 108 Hackleburg. In Hackleburg, 115, I should say. Phil Campbell is 108. Hackleburg is 115. What can you expect there in Hamilton, Alabama at 130? There will be some gusty winds with this. Sporadic power disruptions, probably because of lightning strikes more than anything else, but some damaging winds, a possibility out of that as well. There just has not been a lot of hail reports. In saying that, I got one behind the scenes here. Baldwin at 1250 looked like pea-size hail. So that would be a few minutes ago there in the Baldwin area of some pea-size hail. So let's go ahead and I'm going to go back and check this storm because this will let me, here's why even small hail is important. It allows me to calibrate the radar. You might say, what does that mean? Well, if I know what is capable of producing pea-sized hail, then I can guesstimate back what is capable of producing larger hail. Like, for example, this one in advance there, that one is taller. And all of these are a little taller than what we had in Baldwin. But we have a report from Baldwin, which makes that important. Because, someone has sent it in. So in Baldwin area, about 1250, you can see the height of that storm there. Let's slice into it and see directly over Baldwin kind of how it behaved when it was overhead. Okay, so That was pea-size hail. That does mean that it's not unreasonable. We have been getting some severe hail, or at least large quantities of hail ahead of this when we've had some of these other reports that we've had come in. I know this is kind of a gross way to look at Mama Justice Doppler radar here, but for me, it allows me to be able to kind of pick out some of what's going on aloft. I'm going to turn off the regular radar for a moment. I'm just going to cut this down to the most intense stuff. So this is where I would say we're probably severe hail potentially. And what I'm looking for is any little specks out there. Apparently I'm going to have to turn off the warnings as well. I see a couple little specks south of Fulton. See a couple little specks. Where is that there? I had a second ago. Maybe they're close to the Evergreen community and then southeast of Becker. And then that storm near Soligent as well and Beaverton. So those few little areas where perhaps we have something that's strong enough to produce. And now I'm looking for the highest one. And that one southeast of Fulton is one that I think would qualify there. So let's go ahead and put basically all the other stuff back on here for a moment. And see, that didn't obviously look. So, and you'll notice looking at the ground level, that's yet to start dropping that. So that's hail up there. So Turon, if you live South Academy there, some large hail could be starting to form on that one as well. It's kind of still caught up there, up in the storm itself. So let's go ahead and slice through that. Yep, right there. Yeah, look at that. So 20,000 feet. 65 dBZs, that's at the very least some, I mean, that's hail. How much, how large? It's still held up there. Let's see, going back to regular 3D and slicing into it there. Let's see how long it's been there. If we've had it a couple of scans. Just now forming. So that is, again, strengthening. So that gives you an idea of why we sometimes refer to these sort of storms as pulse severe storms. Because for a moment, like a pulse, ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. Severe, not severe. Severe, not severe. So they pulse up or stronger, kick out something, collapse, kick out winds, done. And so it's kind of a pattern that can happen in that situation. So I'm going to track that one, even though it does not have any kind of warning or anything like that. Some of the folks out here, like we show Riggins at 123 there, this one could potentially produce some sporadic wind gusts with it as well. What I need you to do is check to make sure power is on the whole house, if you could please, and not just from the backup generator stuff. Sound good? Appreciate it. So Turon about 111 for you and Riggins 123. Some hail potential out of that, some strong gusty winds as well. Let's do kind of an around the horn here for a moment on where everybody, and sort of give kind of a one over and kind of go back between these. So again, western part of the state here, you're watching Mississippi Live. No real issues here. Bruce westward at this time. Additional development for you later on. We do have severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect for Franklin and Marion County, Alabama. As we've talked a lot about those in the last few minutes. And start up here close to Dumas and Locum, back out here closer to the Graham community and Bethany and Baldwin here. Mama Justice Doppler showing maybe a little bit of hail potential out of some of these thunderstorms at this time. Not a lot, and you'll notice that hail potential has not updated in the last few minutes here, which tells us that the hail potential on that has diminished somewhat as well. My power's flashing here at the house. Luckily, we have backup power if and when the time comes. But I don't think that we're going to be alone today. I think power outages, and again, not ice storm level power outages, but power outages will be probably the one main impact that you and I will end up getting out of what we get today, is probably end up some power outages as well. So that one near Alpine is one of our stronger storms. Again, there are a few storms running ahead of this there, but we'll track that one southeastward, about 20 miles per hour. And again, there's storms ahead. So when you see your name in this, Mantachi, this is the next storm, not the storm that's over top of you, okay? So we're starting north and west and working our way south and east on these storms. So Guntown about 111. Sporadic power outages for Saltillo on that one, as well as it generally moves that direction. Lake Piamingo about 139. Mantachi for you about, again, 148. That's the next one that we're watching. In the near term, we have one pretty much over top of Manatee, or just southeast of Manatee now, that previously prompted a severe thunderstorm warning. Track that one again southeastward, again about 20 miles per hour. And that one we're looking toward West Fulton, about 107. Current time is 103, so moving there toward you on Mama Justice Doppler radar by around Evergreen at 127. Though, as we mentioned a moment ago, a storm pretty close to you that has probably a little bit of hail in it over top of you right now. Tilden 132 and Smithville about 153. We do have a storm basically over top of Smithville right now. A couple cameras hopefully illuminating that somewhat. This is our camera here in the Smithville area. And again, dark clouds, low-hanging clouds. Don't get deceived. There is no tornado threat there. And listen, if I lived in Smithville, I wouldn't trust a cloud again either. But just kind of what we're looking at there, again, some low-hanging stuff where you see sort of the gray here on that side and the gray over on that side there. That is the heavy precipitation. That is the hail trying to fall out of some of these. You all right over there? Stuff blew in your eye? So I have breaking news, and that breaking news is this. It's apparently not just husbands, but it's also wives that occasionally go outside in the storm to go look and see what's coming. I pick so hard on the husbands for that. Maybe wives, not picking, but we want to stay inside when these storms are coming through. That's probably our best option there. So you're going to see, by the way, some twisty looking stuff in here. See, you have some stuff hanging down. Don't get concerned. That is the rain-cooled air with these storms that's making it look interesting. Any kind of spins you see, horizontal or vertical, these are not going to be tornado-producing thunderstorms. Not in any shape or form like they are now. And again, that threat is low for that kind of weather today. Coming up to our camera in the Tupelo area and looking back toward the northeast. I'm going to spin this camera a couple different directions here in Tupelo, again, looking through some of the heavy precipitation there as well. Appreciate Mitchell Cunningham Bowling, our sponsors of our Tupelo Tower Cam here. While we're on this for a moment, I'm pop back over and put up our chat. Appreciate North Mississippi Health Systems and all the other folks that sponsor us here on Mississippi Live. Give me a moment. We're going to end up looking through the tower here. So that's looking toward one of the other hail cores there, heavy rainfall. Ignore the fact we're just going to spin here for a moment. There's just enough out here because that is the storm, the opposite direction of that storm we were looking at there in Smithville. And I get how to, just what is that? That it looks, listen, this absolutely looks like, whoa, right? I mean, that's some low-hanging stuff there. This is what Gabe and I like to call scary-looking clouds, right? They look scary, and at first blush, it's like, well, there's something hanging down there. There's something hanging down there. It's just like, that's the opposite angle on what we were looking at from Smithville a moment ago. Same little part of that cloud there, right? That's that same little part of the cloud right there. So we're looking at it from both sides, which, by the way, tells us that if this were actually something severe, that we'd have a couple of great shots at this. So I cannot tell you how excited I am to have this camera network here to help protect folks across North Mississippi. That's why we partnered with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. But certainly looking at that, there's nothing on that I'm concerned with on either of those camera shots at this moment as well, thankfully. I'm going to go to Amory, which, again, has kind of had a couple different rounds of storms over top of you. Our camera there, again, looking back into Amory there. Again, dark gray. It is soupy, warm, now down to 86, rain cooled there, but it feels like it is 95. So that is, I'm going to use the term rain-cooled air, but the reality is there's nothing cool about the air out there this afternoon. It is rather unpleasant, to say the least. Switching over to Pontotoc. Again, 90 feels like 100 there in the Pontotoc areas. We're just sort of looking out into what is a steamy afternoon. You're kind of on the west side of where these storms are heaviest. Appreciate everybody for watching us. As a wife, I'll admit I do it as long as it's not tornado weather. Okay, and I get it. It's not tornado weather today, so maybe dial it back a notch on the accusatory tone. Sorry about that, Mrs. Lawpon. Is your eye okay? Okay. Okay. We are not wounded beyond repair. Ayuka, again, we were back in the storms up there, and we're going to get back over to Mama Justice Doppler here in a second. Appreciate First Choice Bank and all those folks here for supporting us on Mississippi Live. Well, is it going to go to Ayuka or not? Ayuka. There we are. That should go this time. Looking back there in Ayuka, yeah, just some dark clouds. And at this point in time, again, the severe weather all south of you and has kind of moved out of your area. There will be additional storms later on this evening possible, but we still have a little bit of time before that. Ryenzi here has been looking south, and this kind of looking towards some of those storms. I'm going to change the angle of this camera because we've had these storms sort of regenerating. And my concern when that happens is that there's always concern that perhaps we end up with some kind of flooding rainfall situation. See, I need to be looking east to catch that storm there. There, we're looking kind of right beneath that storm. And so this one there we have south of Corinth. You can kind of see it in the radar inset there. Is getting going just a little bit. Not much in the way of hail or even really a whole lot of precipitation falling out of that yet, though it's definitely going to be picking up somewhat more in the next few minutes. We're looking kind of right below the most interesting part of that storm there. I take that back. There we are. I didn't have it far enough over. So this is that heavy rainfall, whatever hail it is there, because if you look at that, the red is just a little bit east of where we're at there. And so that'd be some kind of inflow in. So there's some dark clouds, but nothing that's super duper bad at this time. Can bring it back here to Mama Justice Doppler radar. So the storms we were tracking there, close to Fulton and Greenwood there, and Evergreen, again, over top of some of those folks right now. We'll check our camera in Fulton, then I'm going to pop up and look at radar outside of that. Appreciate you allowing me the opportunity to kind of look around here and get an idea of what these storms are developing and producing there. Again, looking northbound out of our camera there in Fulton, just dark gray clouds. Any kind of gray, low-hanging stuff you see, no severe weather, no tornadoes or anything like that. It's just low-hanging sort of clouds out of the heaviest of these storms. Widen it, clear it, and going up here to Alcorn County for a moment, and then we're going to come down to our severe thunderstorm warning because we sort of touched on this, did do a great job illustrating this. Not a ton of lightning on this, but the lightning's just now starting to pick up. Half the lightning strikes just within the last 2 minutes or so. Some gusty winds, again, no rotation. Hail, not showing much, but maybe just a little bit out of that. So this could be one of the next ones. It's by itself, and sometimes when that happens, you can tap into more unstable air. I'll get you a storm track on that. That could be our next one that tries to produce some hailstones. About 20 miles per hour southeast there. Again, Jacinto, for folks that live near Jacinto, about 125. The Cairo community at 138. Let's come back over to our severe thunderstorms that have prompted our severe thunderstorm warnings for Franklin and Marion counties in Alabama. Of course, I know that we have quite a few viewers out here that do live down in Lamar County. So let's get a track for you. Lamar County. I wonder if I can make this loop without it. Let's do that, and a 1 hour loop. Look at that. I learned we could do that today. I was today years old when I realized I could click loop and not lose my track. See, now we'll always have accurate tracks. That's cool. Okay, so Weston, we're about 112. So right now, looking at Pleasant Ridge there at 114. Hamilton by about 119. Detroit, again, that's outside the warning in Detroit, but it's reasonable that this storm will continue. Whether it produces wind damage or not, it'll continue moving toward you. So Detroit, we show at 130 as it heads toward you. Haleyville, we're looking at about 136 at that rate there. Let's go ahead and take that track a little beyond that. We're going to have to change the size of folks involved to go deeper in. So we show Brilliant by 158, Beaverton there at 151, Guin at 202, and 209 for the Lynn community. About 209 for the Lynn community. That's just outside of our coverage area here on Mississippi Live. Slide back here and let's look at this storm near Aberdeen. Always interesting when you have little appendages on that there. Let's go ahead and look out of our camera there in the Aberdeen area. Let's pull up Aberdeen. So this will be, again, a different storm. The severe thunderstorm watch there in Monroe County. No official warnings at this time. Hit our Aberdeen camera, and we are looking northeast, and we're going to look through the tower, aren't we? We're going to try to look eastward into this storm. Yep. Well, we'll get a good angle of it here in a second as it passes that. But we should be able to catch an angle of that from Caledonia. Because remember, we had a good shot of that a little bit ago from Caledonia. Kind of like in real life, sometimes you have a better perspective if you take a step back. Sometimes that happens in storm coverage with camera life as well. So this is be looking north. Actually, we want to probably go a little bit more north as opposed to northeast. So this is our camera there in Caledonia with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. Again, looking into kind of where that storm is, one of the heaviest parts, some low-hanging stuff there. Nothing that's overly concerning on that, but we'll kind of keep pointing at this as well. So this is, again, the part of the thunderstorm where everything's kind of going up and into it. That is going to be where everything's kind of coming down. If it's producing some strong winds there east of Aberdeen, that's where that's going to be. And this is kind of where everything's sort of going up into it. You can kind of see the bubbling tower there as well on that. Pull down that and come back over here to Mama Justice Doppler. Go back to the regular rainfall mode on this and check our hail swath. Maybe some hail on this. We're also, believe it or not, a little too close to get a good look at the hail. Because if I go 3D on this storm, you'll see, and this is kind of an oddity, that there's this perfect slice. See how it's just kind of cut off there? We're too close to the radar that we don't scan all the way to the top of it. So we're never going to have a really super accurate depiction of hail unless there's some other environmental indicators there. So this is probably producing hail, maybe some severe hail here east of Aberdeen. It also just could be blinding rainfall that has as well. So let's get a track on that. Let's double check the angle on it. We'll include Caledonia in that there. And I might be going a little too far. Oh, remember we said we'd never mess up a track again because I can make it a 1 hour loop. Hold on, let's get the angle right. Yeah, I'm gonna go a little more south. In fact, I'm gonna completely lose that track. We're gonna go with what we'll call a cone track. And I'm gonna expand our cone out. So Caledonia will show about 140 for you. Let's expand that out a little bit more. There we go. And expand the fan just a little bit more. And then take that out 20 miles. There we go. Again, officially no severe thunderstorm warning on this at this point. But in Monroe County, southeast of Monroe County, or I guess eastern Monroe County, east of Aberdeen, north of Hamilton, this probably has some hail with it. Caledonia, about 140 for you. I'm going to adjust the angle. This is not the correct angle, but I want to get Hamilton in it just because I want a time for Hamilton because you're pretty close to that. So Hamilton, we show about 130 for you. And I don't agree with that angle. I just in case it builds back eastward just a little bit, I want that in there for you. But about 130 for Hamilton, that gives us about 13 minutes or so. Again, we know we have a lot of viewers there in Hamilton area. So for you, again, move in your direction there. So Flint Hill 138, Caledonia 140, Steens 202, and a lot of subdivisions there kind of on the east side of the Columbus area where this is as well. I'd say there's some large hail with that, some strong gusty winds also possible. This batch of storms here has kind of started to all organize from near the Carolina community back toward Detroit and the Byrd community. Officially in Alabama, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for Marion County. Looking behind the scenes here, it does look like we have some damage pictures coming in from Franklin County. Let me double check here. So from Franklin County, Alabama, it looks like some wind damage there near. Oh, sorry, that's up in Tennessee. I take that back. That's the one problem. Huntsville has a Franklin, Mississippi, and a Franklin, Tennessee. Where are we at? Current time 1:18. Looking here, our discussion. Nothing out of Memphis right now. They're going 50-mile-per-hour winds on this Chickasaw, Itawamba, Lee, Monroe cluster that we're looking at here. So it's kind of this wider spread cluster that we're looking at. They're going 50-mile-per-hour winds. So that's their way of saying not quite severe level winds on really it's this batch here. This kind of big arc sort of shape with that. Again, to kind of hit the headlines here for a second. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather here in the Room to Room Weather Center. The green counties we've been tracking since a late morning are under a severe thunderstorm watch. That's in effect until 7 p.m. Watch means conditions are in place where it's possible something could happen. So in this case, we're talking about the possibility that we could see severe thunderstorms. To kind of give you again the outline here, a watch is issued in some cases for several hours, in most cases several hours. They can be up to days. Warnings tend to be short or lived. So red, worse, more likely to happen. Watch, a little less likely. But a watch is put in place when the ingredients are there and yet to be combined. So those are issued sometimes hours before. Whereas warnings, you might only have minutes and you need to be taking cover right away when severe thunderstorm warning is issued for your area. That should be something that we keep in mind as an activity we need to pay attention to. So the green counties there, of course, blocked largely by the reflectivity and the radar data, and I'll cut that all out for a second there. The green counties are severe thunderstorm watch. The yellow counties are severe thunderstorm warnings when we're talking about those two things. And so the warnings in effect there for Marion and Franklin counties until 1:45 p.m. Again, back on Mama Justice Doppler, there could be some sporadic wind gusts out of this, but more than anything, I think it's a lot of lightning, probably causing some power disruptions from time to time. Look at those power disruptions. They've been most clustered here in the northeastern part of the state. Again, these kind of blue counties here. I know green shows up on the list up here. Ignore that because that's where our watch is. We have our watch on there because that has other implications. But the northeast portion of the state where we've seen the greatest number of outages, going specifically to numbers of outages, and folks reporting at this point here up in Tishomingo County about 1,500 outages, 200 reported there in Itawamba. Lee County about 600 outages, 200 in Franklin County, and about 100 in Marion County, Alabama. So again, number of power outages increasing somewhat more. The combination, I think, of strong wind gusts and lightning strikes, the reason for that. So we expect that number to increase quite a bit more over the next few hours here, or honestly, as we continue to get better information in on this. Looking for hail, which again, there are two factors here. We're concerned about the hail potential and concerned about strong winds. We do not have a high confidence in tornadoes today. In fact, it's unlikely that tornadoes will form. Make this a 1 hour loop. This one up here, I remember we were talking about this one. This was the one that was in southern Itawamba County, now kicking out more hail on our True Shield hail threat there. And we tracked that a little bit ago. Let's check our camera there in Smithville that kind of went right under that. We were on that camera a lot earlier, then we'll check Aberdeen. Looks like Aberdeen's in it as well. At the very least, it's blinding rainfall in the Smithville area. A lot of heavy rainfall there. As you can see, the visibility greatly reduced. Appreciate our North Mississippi storm chasers. What I'm trying to figure out is if that's updating or if we lost the camera. Let me check with the chasers here. So they're reporting power outages, some spots as well. Would be another. We can go over to Amory for a moment. I bet we'll have pretty similar visibility there in Amory. Actually, slightly better visibility there in the Amory area. See, on Amory, we're kind of on the west side of this. You can kind of sort of see in that radar inset. It might be too small on your phone, depending on what device you're watching us on there. But the heaviest part of that kind of moving over top of the city of Amory right now. So it's kind of come in a little closer. We've had some hail out of what happened earlier. But as you can see on our TruShield hail threat, little greatest right over there. And by the way, if you have a hailstone to report, and it does look like we did. I have not looked up here in a hot second. It does look like we did have what was some quarter-size hail a little bit ago. I got to find a way to get this on the air. It's on a different computer here, and that would have been in Kirkville, 107. So that might have been delayed report. Okay, making sure that the Weather Service has that info. So let's go back up here. So that 1 inch hail would have probably been from this storm when it moved through earlier. So that would have been some of the large hail earlier. So better part of about 45 minutes ago. So that then allows us to calibrate a little bit what we have seen. And so what we have over top of Smithville there, again, it's heavy, maybe not quite as heavy as some other spots. See, unfortunately we're close enough to the radar here that we're kind of cutting through the tops of these storms. That's why it's kind of bright purple there, as we're cutting through the top. So let's go ahead and slice through all the different other sizes of hail, just the most intense stuff, and I overshot it. There we go. Let's take off the lightning for a moment because there's just too much there. And let's pull off the product itself. And basically, now knowing what we know based off of that hail report a second ago, the folks where we see the brightest amount of pink on here were most likely to have hail aloft. And that has prompted the folks there at the Weather Service in Birmingham to extend the severe thunderstorm warnings into Lamar County, the rest of Marion County, Fayette County, Alabama. This is probably some large hail there. And let's get the exact location because we looked 2D on it there. Yeah. So that's over top of Fulton Bridge. That's going to be making its way toward Pikeville and Ewan and Winfield and perhaps Beaverton there, kind of in the path of that. Back again, the regular mode here. Let's get the new storm track on that batch of storms. Again, strong gusty winds, some hail up to 1 inch in size. Possibility out of this, moving southeast. We'll say at 20 miles per hour or so. That I believe is still the speed. We'll double check that speed. We've been using it a lot. And if it's off a little bit, that'll make a big difference. So let's double check that speed. So let's go back about an hour there. Ooh, we are low. We are slow. We're real slow. Hold on. Yeah, I know, that's picked up way more speed. My bad. Let's go ahead and fix that. So we're up closer to 30 miles per hour. So let's adjust that speed there. So my arrival time, there are some storms running ahead of this as well, so it would have kind of insulated us from it, but we were slow on that. So let's go Pikeville about 128 for you, Sipsey Fork about 128. Looking toward Cruz at 141. And closer to, say, Bobo by about 155, Vernon at 159. This is Doppler radar indicated strong wind gusts and some hail. Could potentially have some large hail out of that batch as well. And that's what extends back over top of South Tupelo as well. Our cameras, a lot of them being impacted by these. Let's check our camera in Tupelo, and then we'll work our way south through Monroe County and then down to Caledonia on that. So looks like it's just south of where our camera location is there on the south side of Tupelo, just north of Sunshine Mills. We'll zoom that out. Again, you can see quite a bit of heavy rainfall with that. Maybe not severe at this time. But I appreciate our partners there at Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling for sponsoring our Tupelo Tower Cam there on the south side of Tupelo. looking into that thunderstorm down to the south. Again, some strong gusty winds. You can see our camera kind of bobbing back and forth, but the heaviest of this is south of town, where that gray is showing up in there, heading down toward the south and east. Let's get to come in on that. Let's get a storm track on that one. We'll kind of work our way through some of the other as well. Looking here at Brewer and Shiloh, that for you. Boy, if that's still going, I don't know if that one's going 30. I'm going to go 25 on that. And again, there are other storms behind this, so we're going to concentrate on the closer storms here for a moment. And so this Big B, we're looking at about 156 for you. And then kind of in the Amory area, about 202. Obviously, there's a storm over top of Amory right now. So that's the problem with tracking these back storms, is that, you have storms that are already running ahead of that. One that's just over top of Becker there. Again, we're kind of cutting through that. Looking in our camera there in Amory, into that storm. Just a lot of heavy rainfall. I don't see hail bouncing off of anything at that camera location. Of course, the camera location just a little bit west of town as well there. Let's slide down to Aberdeen, where we were kind of having to look through the tower a little bit ago to get a shot. And you can kind of see that heavy precip there as well. Yeah, it looks like Smithville is down, according to North Mississippi Storm Chasers. Appreciate them in that. But yeah, you can kind of see back around to that storm that's a little east of the Aberdeen area. So it's slide down to Caledonia. I think that had a pretty good shot. And West Point might actually have a decent shot as well. So again, just a lot of heavy rainfall on the look at that. Just east of there, the part of it that's out in Lamar County is severe. You still see some lightning strikes. Again, those nearly nonstop lightning strikes. It's surprising we haven't seen more of those on some of our cameras today. 92 right now in Caledonia feels like a lot more. Feels like 104. That's the thing. We've got a lot of fuel out there, and so that fuel will help produce these thunderstorms that are strong to severe. Panning our camera with North Mississippi Storm Chasers there, more toward the north, kind of northeast. That'll have that positioned as that comes in. You're going to see some low-hanging stuff like this cloud there. It's going to be kind of low-hanging as it works its way toward the camera. No tornado threat out of stuff like that. That's just low-hanging clouds. We call a shelf cloud from time to time. It can be associated with strong gusty winds, but it's ultimately just the rain-cooled air with that thunderstorm that causes that. Because, I mean, it's easy to look at, well, hold on, I got something hanging down there, right? Right? That's something. It's just finger-looking clouds. No tornadoes out of this. That's not this. Again, the chance is not zero today, especially with the second batch. If they can get organized to a big line, sometimes you get little spin-ups on that, but it's low. Even with that, it's really pretty low because those storms should stay pretty disorganized, hopefully. So again, back over to Mama Justice Doppler, and I think we're still kind of in 3D mode. And I've kept it in 3D mode because it allows me to see kind of where the most intense ones are popping up. Hamilton here, let's get a track on the leading edge of that. So we're tracking that there. Get you a time there in Caledonia. And this not officially, well, and we decided these were moving a little faster, didn't we? There we are. So there are some times here. Looking at Hamilton, about 133, so over top of you now. Flint Hill at 141 there. Motley Community, Malloy, excuse me, I should say, at 142. Caledonia, 145. So we're about 12 minutes or so from Caledonia, assuming about 25 to 30 miles per hour on that speed. Fernbank at 205. Looking at Ethelsville by about 225, Coalfire by about 231. Doppler radar indicated strong winds possible out of this, some hail possibility. Not officially severe at this point, but could at some point cross that threshold and become severe. Looking at the Storm Chaser chat, I think we're in good shape there. Okay, so kind of double checking the back behind because we had some of these storms strengthen a little bit more earlier. I don't see any that are super impressive behind, but actually I need to check a different way because this is right over top of our radar site. And sometimes when it's right over the radar site, yeah, it will attenuate the radar, kind of absorb some of the energy that it shoots up. And so that will then kind of make it where these storms back behind don't look as intense, though those have diminished a bit more up here in Alcorn and Tishomingo counties and Prentiss County. This one out toward New Albany we'll look at here in a moment as well. But certainly I'd say our cluster of storms, the rest of the storms looking a little bit heavier. I do see someone mentioning the power flickering up here in Blue Springs, and not shocking at all. Again, Blue Springs is an area where we had the ice storm, and there's still branches that are in places that are going to fall and going to knock some power out there. You're one of those spots. Officially, again, under a severe thunderstorm watch, talking about those two things. Watch means they could occur, ingredients are there, not occurring right now. Warning means happening right now. And luckily, no severe thunderstorm warnings for you up in Union County at this point. Checking the hail threat. Again, not impossible. We had some a little bit earlier on. Our peak severe weather threats, that one up kind of coming from the north and west has some purple on it there, but not a high likelihood per se. And then just checking the winds, we're looking a long, long ways away. That's why this is all red here. So we switch this over, so go to green from Monroe County because inbound toward the radar site there in Monroe County, what we're looking at. So nothing super concerning on that there for folks in the Blue Springs area. We do have a camera there that we can check with the Mississippi Department of Transportation. And kind of watching behind the scenes here. Okay, Weather Service still agreeing, the near Hamilton where the strongest winds are, 40 to 50 mile per hour range. Okay, so National Weather Service mentioning that, and we'll talk more about this here in a second. You can see there in Blue Springs, let's talk about this for a moment before we kind of go on to the next thing. This would be kind of looking northwestward along I-22. Not a lot there to speak of on that shot, looking back toward the southeast. Okay, but this is just some of the heavy rainfall, some of the dark low-hanging clouds you can see there in Blue Springs. Appreciate the Mississippi Department of Transportation, our partners with some of these cameras that we have here across North Mississippi. And then just for perspective, you're back here in Oxford. You're one of those spots, I think, that's officially in the watch still, 91 degrees in the Oxford area. And there's those puffy cumulus clouds trying to drive up, trying to develop, and thunderstorms trying to eventually build back that direction there. But nothing fully formed at that spot in time at this instant here. So you're one of those locations back behind under this severe thunderstorm watch. And we sort of addressed this a minute ago. Let's go back here and let's talk about this for a moment. So we have the way the Weather Service does this, there are different offices that do things in different ways, right? And so looks like Huntsville is choosing to cancel out their counties after this batch of thunderstorms moves in, with the idea that additional thunderstorms will move in with a round later on. They just don't want people sitting under watch all day long. Does look like Memphis has done that up into Tennessee as well for some of their counties up that direction there. So we're kind of watching the potential for round one now. They are putting an 80% likelihood issuing an additional watch later on for thunderstorms that could extend late into this evening and into the overnight hours. So unfortunately, we have multiple opportunities for storms today, one ongoing now, and then an additional one later on. We talked a little bit about that slightly earlier on, that we're still kind of waiting for storms to develop back out toward Missouri. And last time we checked, there wasn't anything up there. So now there is at least a little something. The first of those storms doesn't look like much, but up here, this is where those storms are going to develop up here close to West Plains, Missouri. We expect this to fill in with thunderstorms, and that eventually will be a line that moves in later on this evening. So unfortunately, multiple rounds of showers and thunderstorms today, sporadic wind damage, power outages, hail, all kind of a possibility out of how this plays out. So that's kind of the longer term thought process on how things go. In the shorter term, we're concentrating for you in Monroe County, Lamar County, Lee County, and Marion County. That's where things are heaviest. And storms here, again, east of Hamilton that are potentially strong 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts. 60 is technically where it kicks over to be officially severe, and maybe not quite to that threshold there. Definitely some gusty winds with that part there east of Hamilton, moving there toward the Caledonia area. What I want to see for a moment, yeah, again, some strong gusts out of this. 40, 50 mile per hour winds here east of Hamilton, south of Mormon Springs, moving toward Flint Hill and Caledonia. One of the stronger wind returns we have. It's also one where we're close enough to really see it. Because sometimes when you start talking about these downbursts, you have to be pretty close to get a good idea. But right in here is, whoa, again, I should not be allowed to use a telestrator. Right there. That's where it's strongest. Okay, so let's track that ahead. Give you a time again for Caledonia. We're going to keep about 25, 27 miles per hour. I don't think it's moving quite as fast as those storms back to the east were. So Flint Hill over you at 141, Caledonia 147. So that's now less than 10 minutes away from Caledonia. My view on Caledonia, I don't have a good view behind the scenes. So I'm going to have to, the first time we're going to both see this together is going to be on camera. So let's check our camera there in the Caledonia area. Again, a lot of dark gray on that shot there. Let's see if it'll let me refresh that. Again, kind of looking into the heart of some of the gusty winds, decent amount of lightning there. No warnings again for parts of Lowndes County, but potential again that this could have some gusty winds, sporadic power outages, a possibility with that as well. Yeah, I'm as wide as I can go on that. So we'll pan the camera a little bit to the east. Again, any low-hanging stuff you see hanging down beneath this storm is, rain cooled air causing some issues. There is not a tornado threat of concern out of this here as we kind of look along the leading edge of, as we like to refer to them, the scary-looking clouds with this. This is caused by the rain cooled air coming out of the thunderstorm and toward the camera location, so toward folks there in Caledonia as we're looking north. Almost directly north there out of that camera site. So back over to Mama Justice Doppler radar, and we appreciate everyone for your comments and your questions behind the scenes here. Keep them coming on social media for folks there. Again, Matt's a scientist, not an artist. That is, Nikki, you nailed that one. How about trying to finish a sentence before we start another one? I appreciate that, James. I may or may not be ADHD and doing about 6 jobs right now, but I'll work harder to make sure we finish as many sentences as we can. I appreciate that. No power in Detroit, Alabama, and it's raining hard there in Hamilton. I definitely expect that this is going to be nearly blinding rainfall for some locations there, kind of running ahead of that. So you can see Caledonia about 147 for you. This heaviest part of this batch probably stays a little bit east of the Columbus area. I'm going to swing over and check our camera in West Point. And let's switch things over to that one, and we'll kind of swing the camera around looking into these storms. Again, we're looking kind of northwest initially here on this first shot you'll see. And then swinging that, man, this is not shocking because we have it set up to where most of these, in severe weather season and tornado season, most of the storms come at us from the west, some kind of westerly direction. So we typically have our cameras kind of set to kind of point back that way as well. So you have to give up one direction, and so we typically give up looking toward the northeast. So unfortunately, no great shot there on that one as well. That happens from time to time. Again, I appreciate our partners with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. Widen things somewhat. Again, looking back northwest behind this here, not a ton of these storms that are super heavy. Back up farther northwest, you can see the couple of storm reports we did have earlier, including our hail report a little bit ago of the 1-inch hail there near the Kirkville Ozark area, and then a report of some wind damage there, trees down in the Ratliff community. Again, no official wind speed coming in on those there, but we appreciate that. And hey, y'all, it's okay. That people are allowed to have their opinions, and I take. If someone mentions I need to finish my sentences, you know what? If one person's willing to say that, there's about 50 people that were thinking that. So it's okay. I appreciate all criticism that we're fortunate enough to get here, because a person that's fortunate, that's kind enough to say something, oftentimes is saying things that other people are thinking. So I appreciate that. Current time is 1:44, almost 1:45. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon here in the Room to Room Weather Center. We're tracking strong to severe thunderstorms on the Mississippi side, and severe thunderstorm warnings continuing out here for parts of Lamar, Fayette, and Marion County in Alabama. We cover those here on Mississippi Live, traditional to back before we were just Mississippi Live. So we don't stop covering people after we start covering them. So kind of tracking the leading edge of those showers and thunderstorms there through Fayette County, and then back here into Monroe County, kind of this whole batch here. I'm going to be a little slow on some and a little fast on others. The western part of this, I mentioned you in Columbus a minute ago. The heaviest on that storm near you is not necessarily directed right toward you. It is directed a little bit east of you, but Columbus, kind of the west part here could clip you, obviously. And so we're tracking that on Mama Justice Doppler radar to be about 217 for Columbus, Millport at 213, Caledonia 150, and Vernon, next couple moments for you there at about 148. In saying that, you'll notice, Vernon, that I'm tracking part of this, but the worst is not coming toward you. So I'm not trying to imply you're going to have damage in Vernon. I think it's probably worse out east of town, out west of town, than directly in town in this case. And an excellent example of what it'll look like, for you as it's approaching. I'm going to come back to our camera with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers there in the Caledonia area, where we've been watching that. Again, gusty winds as that approaches. Lamar County just to the east, under that severe thunderstorm warning officially. For the part of it that's more on the eastern part of Lamar County, but what's coming toward Caledonia here, probably 50 mile per hour winds with it as well. Does look like we have a delayed report of 3/4 inch hail there in the Glen area up in Alcorn County. Let's double check the time on that. That would have been one of the first reports earlier at about 11 o'clock. So that technically a little bit below severe levels officially. But again, not impossible to have that. So clearly we had at least some of that sort of hail earlier on. So there's our times on our track moving southeastward. Let's look 3D on these storms. The reason I always go 3D, and there's there's a rhyme and a reason, I promise, for what we look at when we look at it here. And you might not be able to tell this just because the angle that we're looking at it, but maybe from this angle you can tell. Unfortunately, our radar site there near Gatman only scans so high, so we're not even seeing the top of this thunderstorm here. Nonetheless, it looks like it probably still has some hail toward some of the higher levels there. Approaching Caledonia. At the very least, it's really heavy rainfall. We've already had the gust front come through. That's what this is there. That's basically moving the Columbus Air Force Base and near the Woodlawn community. That green line there is our gust front of rain-cooled air moving from north to south. So you'll kind of have that hit. And it's actually the unstable air ahead of that as that hits is bubbling up and helps to produce the thunderstorms, feed into the thunderstorms that we have there as well. So again, for the Air Force Base, that's coming toward you. And that does show on the west side here a little bit more aloft than what's indicated. So increasing that odds that maybe we have something, again, hopefully non-severe, but a little heavier that moves into the Columbus area with this as well. So again, I'm going to adjust our track now with, that latest information on this one here. And there we are for some times for folks there in Columbus. Again, a lot of these are subdivisions there and around Columbus, somewhere around 2:15. In the short term, Caledonia, it's basically over top of you now. We'll check our camera there again here in a moment to give you an idea of the blistering rainfall as it moves in, and check honestly to see if it's producing some hail. That's why I kind of keep going back to some of these cameras, get an idea of what these storms are actually producing. So we're now back here in Caledonia again. Nope, I'm sorry, I clicked Aberdeen. Looking back toward the storm there that's north of Caledonia. And now we're in it in Caledonia. A lot of reports coming in behind the scenes here. As Limestone County up there closer to Athens. Boy, some bigger hail out there into Alabama. We've missed out on the worst of some of that hail, thankfully. Let's look here. Caledonia really kind of in it. So I'm going to pan our camera around and kind of see if we can see through it. Yeah, kind of, again, the heaviest rain just starting to hit. And as I look back south here for a moment, you can see how the dark clouds kind of run ahead. We talked about that rain-cooled air running ahead. That's going to be kind of this shelf cloud. So we're underneath the shelf cloud now. I'm looking this way to see if maybe we see a hailstone or two whizzing by. Most of what I see here is just a lot of heavy rain at the moment. As we're looking back over Caledonia School. I'll slide it back toward the west. Again, you can see that heavy rain marching from left to right through here. That's going to be that heavy rain, and if there's any hail, kind of marching into Caledonia. So the heaviest hasn't really got into town yet. 93 current update there. I think we'll pull that number from the Air Force Base. That's steamy, for sure. So hopefully all the cars have been moved in. We've given you hopefully plenty of heads up there in and around Lowndes County. If you wouldn't mind grabbing me a water when you get the chance, I appreciate it. So obviously in Caledonia now, Kaloa Springs there, pretty close by the Air Force Base. So kind of a sort of time there, give you an idea there between Vinton and Kaloa Springs Air Force Base within the next few minutes before it gets down to you for folks that maybe live closer to the Columbus Air Force Base. Let's go ahead and reset things here for a moment. Current time is now 1:51. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live. Of course, we're a 24/7 streaming service based out of the Tupelo, Mississippi area. And we've been tracking hail-producing thunderstorms primarily today. Some damaging wind gusts. A new severe thunderstorm coming for this storm that we've been tracking down into Lowndes County. Does include the city of Columbus and the Caledonia area for the storm that's moving through Caledonia. Time for that warning, as you can see there, until 2:45 p.m. We've been talking about it for about the last 30 minutes here on in the room-to-room weather center where this storm is. It's going to give you, again, Caledonia as a time. I'm tracking, again, the bigger hail there with that. And actually, before I do a storm track, let's go ahead and make sure we have the right speed on this again as well. So severe thunderstorm warning for our friends there in Lowndes County in effect until 2:45 p.m. Give me a moment to go back an hour here. Yeah, that is definitely not moving as fast as some of those other thunderstorms were. That's the problem today. There's going to be inconsistent speed. See, that's like half the speed. That's why that 30 we got that one time. Should have kept it. Anyway, should have kept it 20 miles per hour, but there's always a shoulda, woulda, coulda when you're tracking storms. So we'll go 20, we'll say. That's going to give you a little bit more time there for Lowndes County, but tracking that into the northern part there of Lowndes County as we speak over top of Caledonia. An example of what this looks like to the naked eye there, coming from our camera there in the Caledonia area. And you can see, again, this is that heavy precipitation kind of moving in. Any dark, low-hanging clouds you see up here We are not talking about tornadoes or anything along those lines out of this storm today. It's just going to be heavy rainfall, some gusty winds. Our camera definitely bouncing around a bit here as we look back toward the west. I have not seen much in the way of hail yet, but if we don't always get a good shot of that out of these cameras. It's sometimes hard to see hail versus other types of precipitation there. We'll check behind the scenes here, our camera in Aberdeen, which is one we've been kind of relying on here as well. So I can kind of see the backside of this in Aberdeen, kind of looking from a farther distance away. One of the things that's obvious is you can see some of the kind of gusty wind spreading out. Sometimes we'll call this a rain foot there, how you can see it kind of spreading out that direction. That's why it's grayer here. That's the rain-cooled air hitting the ground and spreading out from there. So a sign of some gusty winds. Aberdeen, again, this is south of you. But looking back there, and it's still plenty gusty wind there, back behind this as well. Let's check specifically the wind mode on Mama Justice Doppler radar here. And I'll clear off that storm track for a moment and take down our camera network. So there's a couple things that are instantly obvious on this here. First off, we are not talking about tornadoes with this. There is two areas where there's the wind. There's the wind from the thunderstorm here, then there's the rain-cooled air running ahead. So this is that gust front. So if you're like, whoa, the wind hit before Matt said, this is the reason why. That rain-cooled air, and I'll draw it on here. Remember 2 seconds ago where I said I couldn't. I was taking away my telestration skills. Well, when you're the boss, still not good. But anyway, that is our rain-cooled air here. So the storm itself lags behind when that initial burst of wind arrives. That's what the pink line is here. So I will track that for you, and then I will track the actual storms themselves. I think the strongest wind, we're going to get a pretty good gust. Sometimes we'll call that the gust front as that arrives. And then you get the stronger wind ultimately when the storm itself has continued to kind of power that. So the Ridgeland subdivision, about 157. This has cut down some time because this isn't the storm itself, but some of the gusty winds running ahead of it. And so, again, Blue Cut Estates there, about 211 for you. Most of these are various subdivisions that we have in and around the Columbus area there as well, like Pennington Lake subdivision or Melbourne or Melco. If I cut that down to now we're just more cities, Columbus, and we show 220. Again, that'd be kind of the middle part of town there where it shows the name Columbus through there. So that'd be downtown that we're talking about that. So time for downtown Columbus, about 220 for the strong gusty winds. And then there'll be some stronger wind behind that as well with the actual storm itself as it moves through. Got to get Caledonia back up here behind the scenes. Yeah, it just looks like a good old thunderstorm there in Caledonia. So hopefully we've moved those cars inside and we're in good shape. Let's look for hail on our hail swath here. We previously have seen some hail. As we talked about earlier, we're unfortunately too close to the radar site up in Monroe County to have a spectacular look at hail. Give it another loop here. It's still kicking out hail, though. Let's go 3D. Let's go to the latest scan. And so as you can see here, southern Lamar County as well under that severe thunderstorm warning for this batch of thunderstorms. While I'm going to do all my nerd stuff on it for a moment, I'm going to put on our storm track for where the storms are itself. There will be a gust front that runs ahead of this. So there will be a gust front. There will be, stuff that arrives before this. But there's our storm track. And so while I'm doing my nerd thing, we at least have something a little more helpful on there. So for Lamar County, it's till 2:45, and 2:45 also for Lowndes County for severe thunderstorm warning for strong gusty winds. So let's slice into this here. You can see this kind of arc at the top here. That's because, again, well, I'm not pointed exactly to it. Right up there. That is because we are as high as the radar can see from that distance away, which is about 30,000 feet. And that's high enough for me to tell that there are some spots up there where we probably do have some hail aloft in this, or at the very least enough precipitation that as that comes crashing down, some sporadic wind damage is possible. So that's why this warning has been issued closer to the surface. There's probably more of a reasonable hail core. That's only about 15,000 feet up, and that on the latest scan there is pretty close to Caledonia where that is. Ooh, look at the wind picking up at Caledonia. Let's go to that camera there now. So again, we've mentioned to you a bunch of different times in Caledonia on this. It's just kind of hovered outside, but again, you had the kind of initial wind. And look at that kind of blowing across there. So with the wind kind of blowing from right to left here, that's probably 60-mile-per-hour winds. That seems very reasonable. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pan this down a little bit. And I'm going to see if we can see kind of how fast things are going across there. We're on top of the water tower there. That's reasonable. That's some damaging wind. So that's what we were looking at aloft there. Yeah. So hold on tight there in Caledonia. We're going to have some tree damage from this one potentially. Hopefully we've given you enough heads up of that. If you know someone in advance of these storms, we talk always about this as well. So many ways, again, to stay connected with us, but certainly recommend that you pick up the Mississippi Live Weather app, free and available for all those different devices. Certainly those alerts going ahead. One of the things I have not talked much about today that I probably should, that's important in this situation, is our weather call. Now, I'm having to kind of drive things differently than usual. I usually have a lot of great buttons set up to do this sort of stuff. And I have one script I got to run on my computer at work. And my brain can't process that at the same time we're talking. So it does not look like I'm going to be able to pop weather call up at the moment. But you can sign up for weather call at Mississippi Live, msliveweather.com/weather call. But this is some wind damage, and that would be a scenario where you get one of those alerts under these severe thunderstorm warnings like we've had here today. Yeah, that's those trees. I'm going to pop down for a second. Those trees are really whipping around there in Caledonia. So a lot of lightning. Thankful we have not lost this camera yet. And we're up a little bit higher than surface level where this camera is, obviously, but it's whipping for sure. So that's a good example of what you have ahead of this if you're under one of these severe thunderstorms. Go ahead and clear that back off, pull that down there. So Caledonia, again, getting hit by a heavier portion of that, and that's what's, again, moving toward Star and Melbourne and Fernbank and all these locations you see ahead of this here as this line moves in. And the thing that I haven't mentioned in a while, just because I took it off because it was all over the screen, is just the number of lightning strikes just on the screen right here. 4,700, not right? 4,600, almost 4,700 lightning strikes in the last hour. That's a lot of lightning strikes out of these storms. Let's go 2D on it just to make sure and this specific storm there, yeah, that's some big hail. See how we're cutting through the top of it and I'm still catching it? So that was, when we were looking at the top of that a second ago, that's about 25 to 30,000 feet there. So that's what's heading toward Melbourne and locations just across the Mississippi-Alabama state line. So Fernbank, Melbourne. If we show Melbourne about 221 for you, kind of at slowest, might run a little faster than that. 221 within the next 20 minutes. That's some big hail heading your direction. Fernbank toward you, we show 225, assuming it doesn't pick up any speed there. There's some pretty good-sized hailstones up there aloft in this. Check behind the scenes with our discussion with the National Weather Service. A few different spots here. Again, no new information on that one there. And the Storm Prediction Center, the folks that put out those watches we were talking with Memphis about kind of the next watch that could be necessary with these storms this evening. Because we do expect additional storm development going into this evening. Speaking to that point here for a moment, we'll go ahead and clear everything off and go back to the kind of regular wide version on Mama Justice Doppler. Additional storms are starting to develop up into Missouri. We do expect these will eventually form a line of thunderstorms that moves toward us and tries to produce active and possibly severe weather here into Mississippi. So we kind of have this initial round that's kind of popped up here sort of off of a batch of thunderstorms, just hit the right temperature, convective temperature, storms have exploded, damaging wind and hail from these. This front, somewhat stalled, but it is the focal point for new development. See that? Just the last couple of scans there, how we start to have a few things popping up. Might be able to show that better using satellite. But that is kind of the next batch where storms here are going to develop. And the concern is, that hit something, but I'm back on power here, so we're good. Let me double check here. Looks like we're good on all the stuff behind the scenes. I'm going to hit refresh on everything to make sure we are good. That looks good. And that looks good as well. Okay. So it's lovely when redundancy does what it's supposed to do, right? So there's this boundary here, right? And I think these storms are going to feed into this boundary and work from the northwest to southeast and track right into the area. So I know Oxford, Clarksdale, Hernando, Senatobia, Memphis, Calhoun City, we haven't seen anything for you yet. This is going to be the next batch to try to kind of follow that boundary, follow that outflow into the area. So we expect additional storm development as we go later on today with this line of thunderstorms as it moves in from the northwest to the southeast. Unfortunately, we have more storms ahead as we go through today. Back over to the regular version of Mama Justice Doppler radar. We'll see if that's the one that knocks us out. If I see my head look up there, I'll know that we're still going. We're probably going to have some kind of power disruption. If we have one of those, just give me a second. There's a lot of different things I can kick into place to make everything behave the way it's supposed to. And sometimes it just takes a moment to get some of that redundancy all working the way you want it to. But back down here toward Caledonia, again, it's nearly nonstop lightning with this storm here. Boy, that's up into Tennessee and North Alabama. They've had some rough stuff. And then Fayette and Lamar County, they've gone up to 1.25 inch size hail. And I do think that's that same part of this storm that we've been watching here, moving near Star and Malloy. This is holding up some large hail. Let's check our True Shield hail track. Yep, it's picking up on that as well. So that is heading here toward Melbourne and Millport. That's where some of our larger hail is right now. And I'm interested to see, I think our echo tops, I don't think we can get up high enough. I don't think we're far enough away from the radar site for that. So where you have that kind of darkest purple core there, right along Alabama Highway 18, where at the worst case scenario, the peak impact would be up around 1 inch in size on the hail. Again, this would be the Columbus Air Force Base there. And so that hail a little stronger just to the north. Our camera has cleared up in the last couple minutes there in Caledonia. So I'm going to check back over to regular rainfall mode. We must hit the clear spot on the back side of that, which is interesting. Let's go check that camera here. Checking our chat behind the scenes here. Amory Good, we still have more. So the answer is we still have more for all these storms today. We are not done. There are additional thunderstorms likely later this afternoon and evening. Now, if you want to take a break from what I'm doing here and now, in some spots, you probably can. We'll have more storms later on. Well, the fact we can even look through all the way through, that's impressive. Let's swing this back around to the north. Again, this on the water tower there in the Caledonia area. It does look like we're past the worst of that there. We do have some folks asking about Caledonia. A lot of lightning, a lot of thunder, wind, and rain. If you do have some hail, share those hailstones with us. That's probably the easiest way to do that, is to use the Mississippi Live Weather app. We popped up that information on the app a little bit ago. I'm going to pop that up again here for you. Because if you have hail to report or you have something that you have seen, our friends at True Shield Roofing are basically giving away a $100 gift card to the largest hailstone in excess of 1 inch. We've had one up there today. And if you have larger hail pictures, send those in using the Mississippi Live Weather app, iOS, Android. You can see both those ways to do that right there as well. And we've gone back into the heavier rainfall there in Caledonia Looking at that. Whew, that was interesting. You don't usually get a zone there in the middle of a storm where it kind of slacks off a little bit. We did there, which is interesting and unusual. Yeah, look at just the curtains. So download that app and get it for Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV, so you can keep your phone all charged up. But I don't know if you could see it. Like it just kind of, it's like hitting the top there and splattering as it's going over the top for those wind gusts. Still probably 40, 50 mile per hour wind gusts at least up there at camera level in the Caledonia area. I'll pan it back toward the school and look back toward the west. This has been kind of the most effective for us to get an idea on looking at that bank of trees there and how it's moving around. And clearly, obviously, the rainfall right to left here as the storm's moving in from the north. Okay, let's get back over to Mama Justice Doppler radar. And so Caledonia is still kind of in it. Columbus, you've had hopefully ample time to prepare, as we've talked about this for a considerable amount of time for you in the Columbus area. We'll check our cameras there. Brought to you by the Mississippi Department of Transportation. And just dark blue looking toward the horizon, especially in this one that looks kind of northeastward there. That would be that storm. Again, Columbus, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning with this storm, I believe until 2:45 is the time. The heaviest portion of this is in Caledonia right now, and it's moving right into your area. We do have, Jude was asking if we do have some photos sent in. We do. So my brain, I have to reset a token for my ability to pull it up locally on the air. And my brain is having a hard time processing how to do that while talking through everything else. So unfortunately, my brain's not quite there on that. But I'll try to get some of those pictures up and going for you here in a little bit. I do have a new picture. This one is a pea-sized hail in Saltillo, close to the Sportsplex a little bit ago. So even some of these other thunderstorms are still producing some hail with them as well. So that's, let me just slide northward here. So that would have been this one. The fact that that one produced some pea-sized hail, again, opens the door. Well, that was the one, I guess, that was causing some power disruptions here at the house. So that makes sense. Shouldn't be shocked by that. So the heaviest part of this is heading more east of Columbus. Let's be clear there for our viewers there in the Columbus area that the heaviest part of that is a little bit on the east side of town. Go ahead and get rid of that for the moment. New severe thunderstorm warning for Pickens County, Alabama. Involved in this, Tuscaloosa County, Alabama, also under that severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to go ahead and track the leading edge of the rain-cooled air. That's kind of this green line there for those folks. And again, I'll go about 20. Let's go 20. Oh, man. We tracked that the west part of this is not moving super fast, but the east part is moving faster. So we're going to track it based on the east part. And so again, severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Pickens County. Steens, again, obviously in Lowndes County, you're under one until 2:45. There's 3:15 there for Pickens County. Let me think. We're getting there. The Palmetto community there and toward Pickens and Lamar County. We're looking at that for about 2:22. New Hope, of course, that'd be Lowndes County there by about 2:27. Don't have a lot of Pickens County locations showing up on that just because so many populated spots there and around the Columbus area. So we'll force it to show some Pickens County folks. And so we show Reform there by about 2:43, Gordo 2:52, and 3:04 there for Carrollton. And if that were to still hold together a little longer, again, for friends and family that might be going to Tuscaloosa County, and we show that into Tuscaloosa about 3:27. Doppler radar indicated strong wind gusts, some hailstones with this as well. History of producing some sporadic trees getting knocked down out of this. So again, sporadic power outages, also a probability as well. Looking here real quick. Very good chance the trees down. Northeast Lowndes County possibility. Don't have any reports yet. That's from folks at Weather Service Jackson, expecting to get reports. If you have reports of wind damage, let us know. What about the Columbus Air Force Base? So we mentioned that a little bit ago. It's coming a little closer here and talk specifically about that again for our friends in Lowndes County, southern Lamar County here. Again, it's pretty much the worst is east of the Columbus Air Force Base. There's still obviously been some gusty winds there at the Air Force Base, but the worst has been a little bit east. Look behind the scenes here. I might have missed one of the questions there a minute ago coming in. Give me a moment, I'm looking through all the stuff. Okay, some transformers that have blown from that. Let's see if I get better info on that. Greenwood Springs, I'm assuming, is what GWS is, going toward Aberdeen. Tree fell in the backyard and yanked the electrical lines down and blew a transformer. So report, viewer report there. Let me put that in my chat with the National Weather Service in Memphis there. Give me a second. Copy that. Quote. Okay. Power out in Caledonia near the Alabama line. Let's check. We're going to have to check manually check some of these power outages. There's just so much lightning with this. And they're still getting it pretty well there in the Caledonia area. I'll pop that camera back up again for you. And actually, I'll see if we can pull up the 4 county side. Does not show a ton of outages as of the last update there. Of course, that might not. Oh, this is going to be the challenge. I think I have to hit to merge that where we have everyone else's stuff, and then look at that, made it happen. Okay, so only really sporadic outages on 4 county system right now. We show about 600 folks out of power there. This one shows 540 of this one out there east. And if I look at the histogram here, they're supposedly, according to the map, there's been some issues there for a little while. So that's not something we're going to concentrate on there. We're going to concentrate on this batch here where we have some a little west of the Air Force Base, a few up there in the southern Monroe County as well. So only really sporadic outages with that at this point. Of course, the heaviest of this was up here in kind of the northeast portion of the county, which is not covered by the 4 county folks, unfortunately. So that doesn't do us a whole ton of good on that there as well. But checking out our camera there in the Caledonia area, again, the wind's still blowing pretty well. I'd still say the wind gusts there, 30, maybe 35 miles per hour at most, probably not as strong as they were just a little bit ago. Clear that down and bring it back over. Again, let's look for the large hail potential out of this as well. The True Shield hail track, again, showing that approaching Alabama Highway 96, moving from northwest to southeast. Is the threat over for Caledonia? Courtney wants to know. I would say the worst is through Caledonia at this point here. And again, I want to hit this as hard as I can. Hopefully we have said it enough. There is no tornado threat with these storms today. There is no tornado concern in my mind with the storms that we have out there right now. Later on tonight, there'll be a big line probably that comes through that's expected to come through. And that has joined up our severe thunderstorm watch with another out here into Arkansas, back out to the north and west there. So this batch will try to move in later on tonight. So unfortunately, we have additional thunderstorms still going on. Yeah, Monroe County Power. The problem on Monroe County Power is I don't think I have Monroe County Power. Yeah, I don't, unfortunately, have a way to show the outages through Monroe County Power. So that's the reason I was kind of hemming and hawing around on that there, because I don't have, if there's a website for that, I don't have access to that website. And Kayla mentions it's much calmer there as well. So that's a good thing there. The power plant's okay there, Joseph. Appreciate that there along Highway 12 at the power plant. So good to see, good to hear that things are in good shape there. So as we reset things here for a moment, I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. Again, we're a 24/7 weather streaming service based out of the Tupelo, Mississippi area. And we've been talking, I guess, a lot today about the thunderstorms and activity with storms we have across the region here. We continue to expect to have some thunderstorms ongoing the next few hours. And we expect to have additional thunderstorms as we head into this evening and overnight. So unfortunately, if you have some plans, just be aware that we are going to, from time to time, continue to have some strong to potentially severe thunderstorms that do pop up. I will say, luckily, we're not talking about tornado risk out of this, thankfully. But obviously, I think some damaging wind gusts could be a possibility. I'm going to work on something here behind the scenes. I'm going to take a brief break, and we'll be back with more coverage here from the Room to Room Weather Center in 60 seconds.
Every legend starts somewhere.
Not with perfection, but with the decision.
The decision to show up, work harder, and believe this place can change everything.
At Northeast, you're more than just a number.
We're built on opportunity, and our students are willing to rise to the occasion.
Here, success isn't handed to you. It's earned.
You don't just leave with a degree, you leave as a legend.
Okay, welcome back. I've almost got my two-step verification code. 679. Because of all the things I have not been able to get work today, I have not been able to pull up the pictures. I've been able to make everything else work behind the scenes. It's like they took, hold on. We're finally there. Ooh, geez, we got some hail out of that one. Okay. Now, it's time to look at this. So this is some big hail coming in the last couple minutes here. This from Amory. Okay, Ava, I need to know when this is. Because this is some, okay. We're going to have to double check this here because this looks pretty substantial. And I'm going to double check. We'll go and show it here for a second. But I have some questions revolving around this. So this is some of the hail coming in on the app. We'll have to go back and double check the exact location that Ava had this, but that would be obviously larger than 1 inch hail. The thing is she mentioned her exact location is Amory, and I'll have to, if you don't mind, I'll take it back off of this for a moment here. And I will double check the exact location on that to check and see, because I don't know that we had hail that big come through the Amory area. But let me check some other 1/4 inch side hat. There's some hail reports from there, but you see, I think the timing certainly would be. I don't know that I buy that one. I think I'll have to double check and see if that was today. Though we did get a report of a tree down there in the Amory area. Let's go and pop back over to that here a little bit ago. So this is a pretty good sized tree, again, knocked down there in the Amory area. Golly, it looks like we might have missed the house, hopefully, or else that's leaned up right against it. Can't tell from the perspective there. I appreciate that shot coming in from the Amory area. Appreciate everyone for sharing what they're sharing with us. That picture, let me think, that would be from... actually, that's a couple days old. Hold on. That's my problem. Hold on. That's a few days old. Let me come back here. Let's bring it back to the current gallery. Yeah, that one, was a few days old here. Here's an example of some of the hail that we have seen. This was up near the Kirkville area. And this is the way, if you want to try to win that gift card from True Shield Roofing, this is what you need to do. Put it next to an item of equivalent size, or that's of standard size, like a quarter. This would be a quarter-sized hailstone there. So that's our leader so far from the Kirkville area. Appreciate that coming in. Again, The largest hailstone report wins a gift card from True Shield Roofing. So you can send those in using the Mississippi Live Weather app. Only reports sent in using the Mississippi Live Weather app are in contention for that. And that was Hannah. Appreciate Hannah for sharing that shot with us from the Kirkville area. A couple other sporadic wind damage reports as well coming in. Let's go ahead and slide south here and show where that storm is probably the most on the large hail. And again, we show, boy, that decided to do it right over the Air Force Base. Someone was asking about the Air Force Base just a little bit ago, and this was holding whatever hail it had up when it was just north of it, right? Now it's plopping down some of that hail and heavy rainfall and everything else that it has as well. Checking our True Shield hail threat. Yep, shows that hail track kind of coming in from the north on that as well. So some hail and that severe thunderstorm warning until 2:45 p.m. Okay, so let's go ahead and track that in from the north. And there's some times there as that moves in from the north, speed at about 25 miles per hour or so is what we're going on that there. I'm going to switch this back over here for a moment. Again, appreciate you guys for sticking with us here on Mississippi Live and for all of our sponsors here. Certainly, we appreciate all of the help and work that they do to help us out across everything. Give me a moment here. I need to send a text message behind the scenes. Okay, so let's go ahead and clear things off. So severe thunderstorm warning has been extended there into Pickens County. And so we can see again sporadic storms popping up ahead of the main line. So we have kind of the main batch back here, and then these sporadic storms kind of popping up as well. This area of thunderstorm stretching up here north of Tuscaloosa County through Fayette County, back out here to Lowndes County is the reason that one was issued, not necessarily the storms kind of popping up in advance of that. And then behind this, there's some heavy rainfall. I don't have anything that's as strong or severe farther north, but we'll look at that here in a moment. Because, again, one of the questions popping up there is, what about Columbus? And that is an excellent question. So as we kind of bring it in here, and look again, Columbus, this is going to have some gusty winds. I need to say this for hopefully the 1,000th time. And if it takes that many times to click, that would be just fine. But there is no tornado threat with what we have out here today. Again, no tornado threat out of these storms. This batch here, again, not moving nearly as fast as some. I will track that. I'm going to say the backside of this has been moving a little slower, 16 miles per hour. The white lines you see here are lightning strikes. That's what all of these are. These are lightning strikes, 3,600 in fact, that have occurred for locations on the radar screen here in the last 30 minutes, 1 hour. So there have been a lot of lightning strikes with this and the storms that are behind it. So a lot of really heavy rainfall, from time to time large hail, and some strong gusty winds as well. Go back here, 2D. And sliding eastward here, closer to, say, Millport and the Bethlehem community. Again, some tracking these storms. Show that batch there. We're looking at about 20 miles per hour. This batch moving a little faster, so I'll say reform. Again, Pickens County, Lamar County under severe thunderstorm warnings. Lamar County watching for you again in Millport there. At about 2:45 is when that warning expires. We expire down here, Pickens County, by about 3:15. Again, right along Alabama Highway 17. I have not spent a lot of time looking at winds simply because we know that those wind gusts are 40, 50, 60 miles per hour easily, and probably causing some sporadic tree damage, things of that nature, as they move toward the south and east. This whole line, again, causing some of that. So for Lamar, Pickens, Fayette County, again, those are kind of the main impacts. Things clearing up a little bit more in the Caledonia area, where again we've hit this camera hard over the last little bit. Things finally starting to clear up a bit more there. Give me a moment to nudge that camera just a bit. Well, let's see here. There we go. So this will allow me to kind of look back into the backside of that storm that's near the Columbus Air Force Base. And that's what this is here. So again, that big batch of gray that you see there, that's just all of the heavy rain and some of the hail. And as it hits the ground, it loads enough moisture in the air that as it rushes out, it's going to cause sporadic damaging wind gusts from time to time. So that's what we expect these storms to continue to produce. Not going to be everybody, but some power disruptions to go along with that. What about Oxford? My husband is working landscape. Hey, things right now, let's kind of do the one over on everything for a moment. I think that's a reasonable question. Again, I don't always show the questions on the air, but I do definitely see them behind the scenes. Love you. Bye. So there's not much out there for Oxford now, but there are a few little showers trying to develop. And when we've checked our cameras there from time to time, that's been something we've seen, those what we call towering cumulus clouds. So this is a zone back here toward Oxford where we are not worked over, where we are sitting at 91 and it feels like 99, these bubbling storms. You're kind of right on a boundary where storms are going to develop and form and try to move in from the northwest to the southeast later on this evening and tonight. So as we go back again to Mama Justice Doppler, I'm going to go and show this green line here of rain-cooled outflow. And you can kind of pick up where that is bubbling up with stuff much farther back to the north and west. So let's see here. Let's pull up. Does this work? Meso visible 1. Yeah, that'll work. So it's pretty obvious where something's going on, and it's pretty obvious where things are not necessarily going on yet. I'm going to make this a 1 hour loop, and I'll make it 1 minute there, and that should be going fastest. Okay, so there's a couple of boundaries here where we can kind of see these white clouds developing back in the north and west. One of them is what's basically right there along 555, back along Interstate 22. There's a kind of a boundary here where these storms back out in Missouri are going to kind of follow this thermal boundary toward the southeast. Temperature difference, moisture boundary there toward the southeast. And as they do, they'll be strong to severe as they move in later on this evening and tonight. So we expect additional development of thunderstorms tonight. So for folks asking about, say, Oxford or Bruce or locations back northwest, we're going to have more thunderstorms move in later on tonight as that moves in from the northwest. So we will have additional development. We will have additional thunderstorms, and we could potentially have additional strong to severe thunderstorms, wind gusts, and hailstones, the main impacts that we will see. All the green counties here under what we refer to as a severe thunderstorm watch. For whether it's Pontotoc County or really any other spots that we're showing up here, that severe thunderstorm watch is in effect until 7 p.m. for all of our counties here in Mississippi. Back out into Arkansas, it's until 9 p.m. And it's that same batch of thunderstorms moving, that next one moving in is the reason why you're sitting here going, what's happening in Batesville? Nothing. But eventually there are chances that could move in later on this evening. Got a lot going on here. Every time you hear one of those bings, and you may or may not hear that behind the scenes, that's information coming in behind the scenes. But we do have reports again. With our partners with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers of tree down there in the Caledonia area. So some trees down for some of the spots there as well. If anybody is able to post some of these pictures coming in to Facebook, I'd appreciate it, period. Okay, so go ahead and check our storms up north just to verify here for a moment. We've previously had, again, some strong severe thunderstorms from time to time. Checking our hail swath there. No hail being depicted on that. And just kind of heavy rainfall. We mentioned this earlier. I think it's something we need to keep checking on. The rainfall has been hefty in some spots, has not been super extreme, thankfully. Estimations only showing, make sure this verifies correctly, most spots less than 2 inches of rainfall. Some spots in Monroe County where we show some of the yellow in the middle there, maybe a little bit more. Hold on. Birmingham chat's just blowing up with stuff. So that is not necessarily our area. Okay. Okay, again, share your reports with us. If you can, we appreciate that. Let's come in here close to the Columbus. Again, the storms are through Caledonia now. We'll check Columbus from a couple different ways. We'll check our camera there with the Mississippi Department of Transportation. Got a number of cameras there around town that we monitor. All kind of showing some of the dark clouds, again, starting to arrive. That's what this is here, kind of that overhang of dark clouds, looking in the heavy precipitation with those severe storms on the east part of the county. And then not yet arrived there at Blue Cut on the north side of town as well. Let's look from Caledonia, just up the road where we obviously had some strong winds earlier. Hold on. That one actually does matter. While I pop up this and we're looking back toward that storm there closer to the Columbus Air Force Base, just a little south of the Air Force Base now. Reading the discussion with the Weather Service. New development north Pacific Nevada hours initiate near the part of boundary that it's slowed. Storms favor vector orient southward vicinity. Gravity was an early start to things, but a more favorable setup a bit later for more. Okay. So basically saying kind of what we were just looking at a second ago there in our discussion with the National Weather Service, that they're watching this boundary in the storm's northwest, and that at some point later on today, this is going to light up with storms, either a complex that moves in or storms that develop along that. And we will have additional strong to severe thunderstorms that could produce damaging wind, could produce hail. Probably not tornadoes, though, but damaging wind and hail, both a possibility, and those chances increase a little bit later on today and into tonight. So unfortunately, we're going to have additional chances for active and severe weather going forward. Speaking to the point of severe weather, where we've had it back northwest here, that's what kind of these random circles are, not so random, is there reports of active and severe weather like hail up on a little bit less than an inch in size up there in Tippah County earlier on, about 12-14, similar size up there in Alcorn County. We, of course, had that 1-inch hail near the Kirkville area and near the Ratliff community of some thunderstorm wind damage. We've had some wind damage with these storms toward Caledonia, according to our partners with North Mississippi Storm Chasers, still waiting to see exactly where. Some reports of some trees down there in the Caledonia area. You can, of course, share those with us as well. Trying to watch here behind the scenes. I see somebody saying cooling off in Caledonia or in Columbus. That is the rain-cooled air kind of rolling in with this. So that does happen from time to time. Give me a moment to fix something here behind the scenes. For folks on Facebook, we're going to reset things here for just a moment because Facebook sometimes kicks us. So give me just a second here before it kicks us. I'm gonna reset it. So it's going to kick you off on Facebook. We'll be right back in a second. Okay, everyone else, we should still be on and going. And I'll go ahead and kick Facebook back on so it behaves a little better. Apologize for our Facebook folks. Sometimes that's one of those things we just got to do. Storms in Pickens and Lamar counties continue to produce some gusty winds. Let's look 3D on these and look for the peak hail potential. I don't really show as much hail on these large hails what we had a little earlier on. And so let's go ahead and slice through this. Yeah, see, that's what I was wondering right there. I'm totally wrong. Right above the, let's see exactly where that is. That is 15, 20, 25,000 feet. That is severe hail there. So not showing up at the lowest levels, it's holding it up there. So just north of US 82 and Coalfire, if you know some folks out here in Columbus that might be heading along 82 through this, number one, it's strong winds. High-profile vehicles don't need to mess with this. But whether that is hail or not, and it's hail, large hail, probably inch or greater in size, that's going to fall pretty close to 82, heading here toward Delma and Beards Mill and Coalfire. Still up in the thunderstorm, still up there, you know, about, what's that, about 3 miles up as of the latest update there. Yeah, about 3 miles up in the thunderstorm. I'm sorry, more than 3 miles up. Let me think. At least 3 miles up in the thunderstorm. Closer to probably, 30,000 feet would be 6 miles up. So the top of that hill is about 6 miles up. All that to say, there's some hail out there, and it's way up in the thunderstorm. It's probably going to come crashing down for some folks there into Pickens County here pretty soon. So hopefully we've moved those cars inside. We don't want to be traveling along 82 there as it hits, because that will be unpleasant, to say the least. Coming back out here to Lowndes County for all our viewers up here in Lowndes County. Again, Steens, heavy rainfall for you, but this is largely in a collapsing phase. What I don't see, again, I'm looking 3D on this here as well. We just don't have this really kicking down anything that's going to make it down. I think there's no hail up there of significance at this point on any of those. That's why, you know, these pink returns down here toward Forreston, I do have some there that I can argue. Let's look 3D on that for a moment. Yeah, see, that has a little bit there. So let's get a storm track on that. We'll get storm track on the two areas. So the Forreston one, we'll say about 15 miles per hour. Pickensville in the path of that, about 304 for you. Of course, over Forreston right now. And then the one up here we have north of US 82, and I'm going to go 2D to make sure I get the exact spot right, because that one looks pretty rough. We'll say 21 there. I'm going to expand this out to make sure we have all the possible spots. Okay, a little longer, a little wider, a little wider. There we go. Okay, so again, severe thunderstorm warning for you, and it does, I say that, it does look like it's starting to drop. So it'll be pretty close to 82 probably when it does. So Pickens County under severe thunderstorm warning there until 3:15. Melrose at 2:48. Coalfire 2:49. 2:51 there for McShann. Beards Mill 2:53. Reform at 3:01. Carrollton at 3:13. And Dilberg about 3:26. Doppler radar indicates a large hail that could be up in excess of 1.5 inches in size that could potentially be trying to fall out of this right now. So it's kind of at the time period now. If it's going to produce it, it's probably producing it right now. So we have that one, and then this one is technically not severe warned in the southern part of Lowndes County there. That one heading toward Pickensville, starting to strengthen the hail on that just a little bit more as well. So those are kind of the two main ones that we are tracking at this point here in time. Looking back behind it to the north and west, we're up here. These storms are all below severe limits. That's the reason we're not really talking about these for you, is because these are all below severe limits. We get up here toward Blue Mountain and New Albany. We'll make this a longer loop. We'll make this loop, let's make it a 3-hour loop here for a second. Again, showing the storms we had earlier, previously prompting severe thunderstorm warnings, but then we've just kind of had these continuing to regenerate. We have this boundary here indicating some lift, And as the warm, moist air goes over top of that, kind of acts like a front, develops these thunderstorms. We expect more thunderstorm development later on this afternoon, but this is all, again, below severe limits for you at this point in time, and likely to continue that way going forward throughout this afternoon. Again, spotty wind damage reports. Let's see here if that newest one is in. I see that, but it does not look like it's come across yet. Some wind damage reported there a little bit ago on Briar Ridge Road, 3 miles north of Plantersville. That's kind of on the east side of Tupelo a little bit ago. Looking at that, though, had been from one of these other thunderstorms a little earlier on. So that's kind of a delayed report. That would have been from somewhere. It does not say the time on it. Give me a moment to check the time. That would be about 12:40. So yeah, that's a couple hours ago that report came in. Well, the report came in. We're just now getting that coming down through the pipe. So storms have largely collapsed in and around the Columbus area. That severe thunderstorm warning set to expire here in 1 minute for you, so that will not be reissued. So Lowndes County, we are past the northern part of Lowndes County where we have some issues near Forreston down here. That's a slightly different story. That storm is a little bit stronger for where you're at. I mean, you can even kind of see looking from, we've hit this camera a ton today, but our camera in Caledonia, how things don't look nearly as rough as they did a little bit earlier on. So this storm continuing to kind of weaken, and that's kind of the leftover stuff. The fact I can kind of sort of see through part of it is one of those signs, again, that one is going through, a collapsing phase. So again, non-severe there. Reports at least of some wind damage in the Caledonia area a little bit earlier on. Hopefully not too terribly bad. But we really saw those winds whipping around on the trees earlier on when that storm was moving through there. We'll hop over to Clay County and the West Point area. And again, looking at those towering cumulus in the distance. Before we go there, I do want to talk about a good example of some scary looking clouds. I saw this in Caledonia as I was going past. And you see how you have this wispy stuff coming up from the clouds here. Or not from the clouds, from the ground here. So this is just, again, kind of sort of fog, the moisture from the trees. They open their pores up. There's a word for that, Gabe. I can't remember what it is, but they essentially open their pores up, let out the moisture, and so you get kind of these sort of clouds form. It's not spores. I know what it is. My brain's not. Oh, it's right there. Tip of my tongue. Stamen?
It's close to that.
It is stomata.
Stomata, yes.
I was close. Anyway, so that you get sometimes those scary looking clouds like that where it's looks a lot worse than it actually is out of some cameras like that there. Here's our camera there in the Starkville area. A few showers and storms a little bit north of town there that we are watching. This is on the west. So this camera's on the west side of town near the Adeton area. So we'll kind of pan this one looking more north into some of these. Again, unfortunately, I have to look through the tower to get some shots there. I'm going to swing it actually all the way around if they'll let me. The east. There we go. And that's the backside of that storm we were looking at there in Caledonia a moment ago. That's not Caledonia, but western Lowndes County. So not as bad as things looked earlier on. Things have definitely improved substantially over the last really 30 minutes or so as that storm's moved through there. And out here in Pickens County, where our storms are the strongest right now, again, Lamar County, you are no longer under severe thunderstorm warning. Neither is Fayette County, Alabama. But stretching here from northern Tuscaloosa County through Reform and Carrollton, where our strongest storms are as of this time period. I want to mention that we will have additional storms that move in later on this evening. You can kind of see at the top of the screen here, back into southern Missouri. what will be a line of thunderstorms moving in from the northwest to southeast, could produce damaging wind gusts and large hail. But one of the big headlines that we, I think, have mentioned a few times here today, need to mention, again, while we have this slight risk, level 2 out of 5 risk for severe weather, it is not a risk for tornadoes. If I pull off our watches here for a moment, and I'm going to do that, you'll see there's no green area even for a limited tornado threat on here. What we will see is going to be either hail or, as we've already seen, wind. And you'll notice here the orange area indicating the greatest number of reports of wind. We expect to be in this zone here, and it's expanded a little bit east there as well. But when you start looking at the clustering of reports here, right, where we see the greatest number of those occurring, that's what this graphic is always intended to show. So it intends to show, again, where are you going to see the greatest number of reports? Well, so far out of round 1, it's been right here. And so that cluster of reports, that's what it's kind of trying to show anytime we see this there. Not necessarily where is it the worst, but where are we going to see the most likely wind damage out of this. And speaking to the worst part of it there, we start talking about significant wind, up to 75 mile per hour winds. You see no zone with that for our area. That's not what we're going to experience out of these storms today. It's going to be, as we've already seen, some sporadic large hail, but damaging wind gusts causing power outages, going alongside some lightning strikes, any issues related to that as well. I'm going to give this over to Gabe for a second here to track the storms in Pickens County, Alabama, as he's been kind of watching things behind the scenes here. You'll probably want to go over to Chroma Key for that there. And Gabe, you're going to have to punch it yourself because I'm having an issue with my Stream Deck behind the scenes here. But you go ahead and take things over there in the Tupelo studios there for where these are going.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Matt. And you're exactly right. Watching things behind the scenes, also driving through it as we've gone through the afternoon. You know, we went on a weekend trip to Birmingham, and now that we're back here in North Mississippi, of course, we're watching for additional thunderstorm development, and we had that earlier on today. Sorry, trying to connect things behind the scenes, but you know, driving through some of these storms, they definitely pack a punch with that torrential rainfall. They also have some of that small to potentially large hail falling out of it, as that's been the primary threat, like you've been mentioning. And Matt, unfortunately, it looks like mine is having difficulty connecting. I might have to restart things on my side if you want to take back over. But yes, I'm not able to control things on my end just yet. But tornado risk not going to be a factor heading through this evening. Just wind and hail, the primary threats, and still dealing with that along the eastern side of our viewing area. But okay, let me see if that works out. Yeah, I'm not connecting on my end.
When you're trying to get in, now you've kicked me out. So it's whatever kind of connectivity issue you had, it knocked me right out.
Do you want me to restart my end?
No, I think I'm back in now as well. So whatever issue it was having, it was definitely okay. I am sort of losing it over here. So you take over. I'll reset something. Two May cooks in the kitchen. Go, Maynard, go.
All right. Well, yes. So now that we have connection, we're continuing to watch some of those severe thunderstorm warnings that are in northwest Alabama. And this is where we were driving through earlier on today. You know, Marion County, dealing with one of those severe thunderstorm warnings earlier on today, had some of that hail attached to it and almost impossible to drive on. On I-22, I think we went down to about 20 miles an hour. So as we go around the rest of this evening, you know, folks in Reform to Gordo, right along Highway 82, I know it's 65 miles an hour along that roadway, except for in those towns, but make sure to slow down, accommodate for that heavy rainfall, and even for some of that potential small hail as well. You know, the hail swath not showing as much of those significant returns, so this continues to be a wind threat heading through the rest of this evening, and you're getting those brighter reds right along Carrollton, Carlos, and towards Reform, extending right along that Highway 82 corridor as it moves south and east into Tuscaloosa County. You can see that on our 1 hour loop, just how those have moved into town, and yeah, following right along that boundary, extending more into the rest of Pickens County and eventually into Tuscaloosa County. Now that is in place until 3:45 this afternoon, current time 2:53. I'm meteorologist Gabe Maynard alongside our chief meteorologist Matt Lawpon, where we have been tracking these storms all through the afternoon, and we'll continue to do so as that threat does remain in place, especially right along this boundary further towards the west. So let's go ahead and do a storm track on these severe thunderstorms right along that leading edge. And I'm going to actually do an updated track on these because I want to make sure that we have the right time and the right speed. So as we've gone through the evening, we're going about 35. Matt, chime in if that is a little bit different than what you had earlier on, but about 35 to 40 miles an hour. And we're going to do that entire leading edge of the storms across Pickens County, Tuscaloosa County, and even back there towards Birmingham. For my family and folks out there towards Jefferson County and St. Clair County, definitely seeing some more of that activity for you. So is that about right?
That's a little fast. I mean, I think you're tracking that based on the speed on the east end of that. Track it based on the speed on the west end, because on the east end, it's moving a little faster. I had it at times as slow as 18. So I would double check that speed on that a little bit. That seems a little fast.
Okay, I'm going specifically on the Pickens County storm. Yeah, I have 31 on that.
Well, but hold on. Give me a second here. No, because you see how you have storms that develop
along
ahead.
The boundary. Yes, I see that now.
So track, if you track the boundary. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, let me throw this off.
I would say I've been tracking it closer to 20. There's spots have been going closer to 30. There's been spots going closer to 18. So 20's been kind of good middle ground.
Sounds good to me. Gotta love those summertime thunderstorms where they just want to have a mind of their own. So we'll keep it around 20, Matt. Appreciate that jumping in, because we definitely would have had a little bit too much of a heads up in some spots. Yeah. So let's go right along that boundaries. That's been where that development has been happening. We're going to take this into Jefferson County and take it at about 20 miles an hour, kind of going in that south-southeast direction. And you can see, I'm going to clear this up a little bit to kind of clear off some spots to make sure that we get as many locations as we can. We know that there's several communities listed in there, but we're going to do the main towns. And you can see Hueytown, that's closer to where my family is. That's over the area right now. Fairfield 258, Midfield 302, Northport 305. We're seeing Tuscaloosa there. Mentioned Tuscaloosa County 310 on your Monday afternoon. Brookwood 322. Helena 337, Pelham, Alabaster, that's again out there towards Birmingham. That's going closer to about 349, 351, Moundville 353. Aliceville, mentioned you there, that's about 314. So here in the next 20 minutes or so, and what you're going to be getting with this are some of those stronger wind gusts. It's not impossible to get some small hail on this, despite it not having a significant hail return on our TruShield Roofing hail graphic. Again, this is about what it looked like when it was in Marion County, and we did experience some of that small hail falling about quarter inch to a half inch in size as that did come down. And that's the last of the severe thunderstorm warnings with this main boundary. But as Matt was mentioning earlier on, we have this boundary, this outflow boundary that's going to be developing right along parts of Pontotoc to Chickasaw to Clay to Oktibbeha, and even down there towards Noxubee County. And that's where additional development can start to flare up off of this, as we have an entirely unused atmosphere in northwest Mississippi that this boundary is going to take full advantage of and allow for some storms, maybe even some strong storms to develop overhead. So let's go ahead and do an overview on that line. I want to do a look at that speed of that boundary. So yeah, you're seeing that additional development kind of feeding in there towards Chickasaw County. So if you're in Houston and you're hearing some rumbles of thunder, not severe as of now, but you've seen these storms strengthen, even there towards Starkville, getting a look at some additional development starting to be overhead. Our meteorologist Caleb Edelblue probably needing to pack that rain gear as he goes about any of those afternoon and evening plans. So let's take a look there in Starkville. I believe this will be either the campus or, our MDOT camera, so just outside of campus. But you're getting those dark clouds, but you're still getting some of that blue on the leading edge and those puffy cumulus clouds, those towering cumulus clouds. So that's the area that we're watching for, because there is still some buoyancy to the atmosphere and the feels like value in Starkville. My word, grab the water if you're out there for any plans. 108 degrees feels like values. It might be a little bit on the higher end, but I definitely think triple digits are a realistic possibility with those temperatures well into that 90-degree range. So down there is where we're watching some of that additional development. Again, right along that boundary, there's some additional development overhead, and that will continue to move its way towards the south and east, just following suit with the rest of our storms. So as we track that out, I'm going to go along this leading edge of the boundary where all of these showers and storms are beginning to develop from the west side, closer to Maben, all the way there towards Cedar Point and then towards Muldrow. And as we drag this out, this isn't anything severe, actually very far from severe as of now. But as we head further into the evening, as this boundary interacts with it, this is an area where we could see these get on the stronger side with lightning, with potentially some small hail as well. As we clear that out, we're seeing Starkville by about 3 o'clock. So here in the next couple of minutes, moving overhead, we have Mayhew 3 o'clock as well, Sherwood Forest 301, Blackjack 303, Country Meadows 304, and Countryside Estates as well. And if I clear off a few of these towns and take this a little bit longer range, we're able to see Artesia 313, Ackerman 330, so they're Choctaw County. Eventually that boundary does reach you. And then we're seeing Crawford 339 and Brooksville 354 if this were to hold together, this individual storm right there. if that were to hold together closer to Noxubee County. But with these being more of these short-lived thunderstorms and that boundary kind of moving away from these storms, we're not expecting that to last much longer, at least not strengthening much longer in the grand scheme of things. So as we clear things off, I'm going to clear off the severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go ahead and talk about the overall picture here in North Mississippi, and that is the severe thunderstorm watch. And you know, a lot of folks, I heard Matt mentioning it in the chat earlier on, asking about Batesville, asking about Oxford, Hernando, Senatobia. Well, we're not done just yet. That severe thunderstorm watch in place until 7 o'clock on your Monday, that's in place because we have these additional boundaries that are developing overhead, even getting those cumulus clouds developing in Oxford and Batesville, and that's going to allow those to bubble up with the unstable air that we have, the energy overhead, and potentially get on the stronger side. That's one storm that I'm looking at in particular is, you know, right here towards Greenville. You can almost see how that's starting to get a little bit more lightning, and that's upping the intensity a bit as well. That's one way we're able to tell if the storm is maturing or collapsing in on itself. So right along Highway 82 towards Greenville, an area that I'm definitely watching for as that next boundary kind of moves in place. And that's not an area that's under a severe thunderstorm watch. So some of these severe thunderstorm warnings could come outside of the watch, but the watch is in place because that's where the atmosphere is definitely primed for that to take place. So Greenville currently looking northwest. We need to take that more to the west. And I do not have camera access on this computer, but I know I do on a camera over there, so we'll get that adjusted behind the scenes and eventually take a look out there. But, you know, dew point's still in the low to mid 70s. It's definitely an atmosphere that this is capable of taking advantage of. Let's go to our Memphis radar site, and then we're going to go back down there towards our severe thunderstorm warning. But I want to see where this boundary is that's continuing to move across southern Missouri and northeast Arkansas. And you can definitely see that line that's developing, that boundary from Memphis all the way up along 555 towards southern Missouri, and up there towards the Ozarks, eventually making its way further south and east into Jonesboro, and eventually northwest Mississippi, an area that we talked about having more of that activity and eventually going to produce some thunderstorm activity and maybe even some strong thunderstorm activity. The amount of reports coming in out of the National Weather Service in Birmingham, a little bit more significant just because that's where the main lines have been moving on through. If we look out of our Birmingham radar site, let me change it over there. You can just see as this line gradually moves its way on through, more and more reports are coming in. So we're seeing a lot more of that damaging wind right there in central parts of Alabama and northern Alabama, trees down. But we have had our fair share as well. You know, some reports in Caledonia, reports here in Lee County getting some of those as well, and some large hail reports up there towards Tippah County, Alcorn County, and closer to Manatee there in northwest Itawamba County. And I will say we've gotten some reports in Amory as well, some very large hailstones, about 2 inches in size, and that was a pretty significant return. We'll work to get that picture up here shortly, but that's one of the areas we're watching for. But as this continues to move on through, some large hail, not impossible, and of course watching for some of those stronger wind returns as well. But that boundary kind of right there on the leading edge. And as this boundary remains out ahead of this, hopefully that does allow some of these to diminish in strength, but haven't seen that so far. Still remains some pretty decent winds there. And those brighter reds returning, Matt, that's where we could get some of those damaging gusts towards southern Pickens County, Carrollton, Aliceville, right along Highway 17, eventually Highway 14 in the coming minutes.
I think we need to go back, and we'll do it later. I'll let you keep doing this because I'm still working on stuff behind the scenes. I don't trust that Amory picture yet. That I don't know that I had large enough, strong enough storm there to produce that kind of hail. I think it's an old picture that's been resubmitted. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure that is not today.
Matt, it does seem like I have lost ability to hear right now. My batteries were dead and they were not charged, so I will need to go reconnect that. If you want to take over for a moment, I'm going to go address that behind the scenes.
Okay, that works. I'll go ahead and take over here for a minute. You're going to have to punch me full, though. You're going to have to punch me full. You're going to have to hit the button. Stream Deck. Hit the button. Can you see me? Okay, there we go. Nope, that didn't work. Okay. Anyway, I'm on one way or another. Just let it go. Chief Meteorologist Matt Loppon here. Still got some of those damaging wind gusts over there in Pickens County as we're working on some things behind the scenes here, which is always fun. Tried to get that stuff done between rounds when we can. But again, here's our latest. The rest of Pickens County under this severe thunderstorm warning as we've had some stronger storms for lost spots earlier on. Gusty winds, the main issue there. We do have one that's a little heavier again here into near the Bigby Valley area south of Forreston. east of Cliftonville near Ravine and Aubrey, moving southeastward. I'm going to track that one, then we'll track the other ones as Gabe's been tracking those as well. West side of this hasn't been moving as fast. We'll say 23, and that's probably pushing it. So we show Aubrey about 315 there, working toward Pickens, Cochran there about 315 as it moves from the northwest to the southeast there as well. Gabe, can you hear me behind the scenes? Okay, I need you to take back over because I've got some more working to do here. So you just go ahead and punch it back over to you, and we'll move on.
Appreciate that, Matt, and I apologize about the technical things behind the scenes. Batteries only have so much life, and it seemed like my time was ticking. So we're all reset now and good to go. So let's continue to track out these storms as these do continue to progress along Pickens County and eventually shifting more into now eastern Noxubee County, eventually southeast Noxubee County. That one that Matt was tracking just a moment ago, now having that severe thunderstorm warning attached to it until 3:45, and that's going to continue through Bigby Valley, eventually Aubrey, you see there at 3:15, and then closer to Cochran here in the next about 20 minutes or so as that continues to progress more towards the south and east. But it's right along this boundary that we've been watching. You know, you see that additional development as it continues to progress more towards the south and southeast. You're getting that additional development closer to northern Noxubee County. And so I wouldn't be shocked at all if some of these storms, even that one towards Cliftonville and Brooksville, starts to get a little bit more intense as well, as that goes right along that boundary that continues to progress all the way into central parts of Alabama. This line of significance has definitely been the big weather maker so far this afternoon, and will continue to be the thing that we are watching as we progress further into our Monday afternoon and evening. So as we continue to look about 20 miles an hour, I'm going to take this to the south, kind of following that south-southeast direction, and we're going to look specifically at some communities in the area where Hickory community 308, Aliceville 311, Olney 313, Pioneer 315, Bridgeville 316, Benevola 323, Romulus 324, Cochran, we mentioned you just a moment ago. We're looking closer to 325, so kind of right on the nose about 20 minutes from now. Dinsmore 326, McLeod 332, and Lewiston 334. As we clear that off a bit, we can add a few more locations there across North Mississippi, and yeah, right there, Union, that's going to be north of I-20 by about 3:49 on your Monday afternoon. So this is an area that we continue to watch because it's our severe thunderstorm warnings that are overhead. So this is going to be the most significant activity in North Mississippi and Northwest Alabama so far this afternoon, and that severe thunderstorm warning in place for both Pickens County and Noxubee County until 3:45 in both locations. So this isn't going to be tornadic, something Matt has been stressing throughout the late morning, early afternoon. So we're not worried about necessarily that tornado threat as we look at those individual threat graphics. You know, tornado not showing up there, but as we put in the wind graphic, that level 3 threat for some damaging wind in place right along Highway 82, even into Pickens and Tuscaloosa County. So we need to be watching for that, and that's why we do have all those wind reports in this general area of that level 3 threat and level 2 threat, because this is an area that we expected to be significant. And if you're wondering, well, Gabe, why is there not any wind reports there on the towards our west? Well, let me make sure everything's okay behind the scenes. Okay, sweet. We should be up. So if you're wondering why there are no reports towards the west of I-55, well, it's because that's that additional boundary that will move in later on this afternoon, and that's why that severe thunderstorm watch is in place until 7 p.m. on your Monday. So this initial round is just the first round. There will be another round later on tonight for counties that have been relatively unaffected so far. So as we bring it back to our Mama Justice Doppler radar, you can see the difference in activity of just what's happening in Alabama and what's happening in North Mississippi. A lot of that more isolated, and even that development relatively minimal, as that boundary just continues to add additional storms here and there through our 3 and now 3:10 hour. But out here towards the east, we're getting a lot more lightning activity. These storms are a lot stronger. That's why they issue additional severe thunderstorm warnings: Sylacauga, Alabaster, Calera, Brent, going right along I-65 south. So if anyone's heading towards the beach for any of those, any of this week's plans, it is summer vacation, so it makes sense. But I would let these storms pass on by before traveling along I-65, traveling along Highway 82, traveling along I-20, just because we are going to be seeing the heaviest portions along those stretches right now. So if you're like me and you were traveling earlier on today, well, of course, you need to have that Mississippi Live weather app going, because we're continuing to look at this entire stretch of activity from North Mississippi towards now central Alabama. So as we assess things now at 3:07 on your Monday, I'm meteorologist Gabe Maynor alongside our chief meteorologist Matt Laupon. I've been tracking these storms since late morning and now into the mid-afternoon, and we're continuing to see that activity be on the stronger side with those severe thunderstorm warnings in place for Noxubee and Pickens County. This boundary that's been moving across now Highway 82 and now south of Highway 82 is a focal point this afternoon, and we're continuing to see additional storms happening across that boundary, even into the late afternoon time frame of our Monday. So let's go ahead and do a latest track on this entire line. I want to make sure that you guys stay in the loop, because as you see, a new severe thunderstorm warning being issued for portions along and south of Highway 82 as that moves further towards the south and southeast, closer to Moundville and closer to I-20 as well. For our southern Mississippi folks or southwest Alabama folks that do tune into our Mississippi Live weather app, let's go ahead and look at a few of those times. We're Mount Olive closer to about 310, Highview 311, Cunningham 312, Pioneer 314, the Buell Community 315, Wood Estates 315 as well, Garden 317, and Candlewood closer to 318. We're going to have to expand things out so you can get a better visual on some of the towns, just so we make sure that we're not leaving anybody out. And you see Coker 320, Aliceville 322. I mean, Aliceville, that boundary is right overhead of you right now, so those storms moving in right behind it could potentially be getting a look at that shelf cloud as well as that moves along that leading edge. Northport 326, Tuscaloosa 330, and Union by 351. With that being said, clouds, hail, wind damage, anything like that, those are all things you can submit on the Mississippi Live weather app, and we'd love to feature that. Not only feature it here on our stream so we can let folks know what's going on, but also feature it to the National Weather Service, share it with them so they know what's going on as well. As they issue these warnings, you know, it's a precautionary measure so you guys are able to act and be prepared, but it also helps verify what these storms are doing on the ground after the fact when we submit any wind damage reports or any of those hail reports. So out there towards central and northern Alabama, you can see the amount of reports that have been given, and that helps. That's why there's so many of these severe thunderstorm warnings in place, because it's verifying that these warnings are actually doing damage there on the ground, and those wind gusts that are happening aloft on radar are just as equivalent, or maybe even a little bit stronger there at the surface. So your reports do matter, and they help out so much. And while reports have been minimal here, thankfully, we still have gotten a few, and those submitted by our weather watchers there in the North Mississippi and Northwest Alabama area have definitely gone a long way and helped the National Weather Service issue these warnings and, of course, keep folks prepared in advance of these storms. So thank you to our weather watchers, and continue the great work as these continue to move through Noxubee and now Pickens County. Back behind it, we do still have some thunderstorm activity, you know, kind of clearing off the main round of thunderstorms. We're still at 1,000 strikes here in North Mississippi, so this is going to be a pretty electric environment, even up there towards I-22. You know, we're getting those rumbles of thunder taking place as that boundary kind of moves overhead. Let's get a look out of our Tupelo camera. Should be looking, I mean, honestly, the Tupelo camera could be looking anywhere because there's storms all around Lee County, and we're going to be getting a look at those heavier downpours. This is looking south, so this is going to be some of that smaller activity just towards the Verona area, and there's that heavy downpour taking place, even a very isolated. I mean, that is not widespread by any means, but we can still see the impacts that can be felt, you know, kind of measuring out that specific cell. Is it going to let me? I don't know if it'll let me. But it's not much. It's only just a couple miles, and that's continuing to move east over Highway 45. So if you're traveling south on Highway 45 of Tupelo, probably going to be dealing with some heavy rainfall here momentarily, but even north of there along I-22, an area that we are watching, and we should have a camera. This should be out of Sherman and Blue Springs. One of those able to give us a view at this electric display of storms that are moving into Union County or through Union County, eventually into Lee County here in the next few moments. So this is looking north at I-22, unfortunately not getting the best view on that. This would be looking south. This should be looking a little bit more west. So you're getting those darker clouds there on the horizon. So that's going to be some of that additional development. Blue Springs, I know, has a view that looks north into the Ellistown area that should have a better look here. Matt, I'm going to pull that up real quick. Yeah, so there's your view north of I-22. Ellistown going to be right there in the distance, and those dark clouds, heavy rainfall, continue to be the story there. But, you know, additional development, we're expecting that heading further into the late afternoon as those boundaries just continue to work in this very energetic environment.
Absolutely. I think we will probably, just for some house cleaning, once these storms clear Pickens County, we'll probably take a little bit of a break before we come back. We expect to have more development of storms this afternoon, but just wanted to give you and everyone else at home some house cleaning information on that. Take it away, Gabe.
I gotcha. Well, that's good news for at least the time being, but like Matt said, we do expect that we will be back on sooner rather than later. Our broadcast schedule keeps us live at 5, 6, 9, and 10, but probably going to be cutting in advance, especially as these storms do pick up here in North Mississippi. I'm going to have to reconnect here because it looks like it did log me out, but should be able to get back in here pretty soon. But you can see that severe thunderstorm watch, those counties listed in green, and that is going to be in place until 7 o'clock this evening. So that's what we're talking about with those boundaries. This one right along I-22, another one southwest or west of Fulton, west of Smithville. That continues to move through the area. This one boundary that we've been watching moving through Chickasaw, Calhoun, Clay, Webster, and Oktibbeha County continues to be a focal point through this evening, and all the way into parts of I-55, Batesville, Oxford, Marks, going to be extending more to Sunflower County and Bolivar County, moving further into those late afternoon, early evening hours. And it looks like technology doesn't like me today, Matt. I don't know what it is about it, but it looks like it's not letting me log in here behind the scenes. So you may have to take over here in a moment, but hopefully this gets resolved. There we go. Okay, it looks like it just came back.
Okay, here's what we're going to do with that. Is it back?
Yes, I have control now.
Okay, because I don't. What we'll do is here in a minute, I'm going to toss it back this direction. I want you to reboot links, and we'll go from there. I love it. It's an internet issue, not a computer issue, thankfully.
As long as it's not a Mainer issue, I didn't want to be at fault.
There might be a little Mainer issue, but mostly it's an internet issue. So appreciate that. We'll bring it back in here. In for a moment. Appreciate that. As I kind of bring things over to this moment here. Ooh, I forgot. That's right. I have a workaround on that now. We solved that. That's an issue we solved. I forgot about that. Anyway, we're here on Mama Justice Doppler radar. Again, looking at those storms from Pickensville back eastward. As Gabe has mentioned a couple times here, the overall headline is most of these storms are well below severe limits. Let your eyes get drawn here to the strongest. These are our most significant severe thunderstorm warnings, where you have the brighter outline there as well. Those would then flash high-end severe thunderstorm warnings in the central Alabama, kind of eaten into this fuel. What we have had in the I guess leftover realm here, as I go up to our radar site out of Memphis, and I'll slide northwest from there, are these storms back into Missouri. These are going to be the next batch of thunderstorms. Already some severe thunderstorms up here as well. Models continue to show these kind of spreading southeastward along our kind of thermal boundary. And so in northwest Mississippi, it might be later on tonight, but some sort of complex of thunderstorms probably comes from that batch from the northwest to the southeast later on tonight. So still have some time before that happens. But at the very least, later on tonight, that'll be something that we start contending with. So back over here on Mama Justice Doppler radar, again, showing the thunderstorms well below severe limits up here. We go New Albany back toward east of Guntown there. At the airport there, I show 76 over 70, so really humid in the Tupelo area. But we have mixed down that moisture somewhat versus where we were earlier on today. I'm looking at Monroe County, 75 over 75. Ugh. And then 74 over 71. So it is cooler, but it's definitely really humid out there this afternoon for a lot of these spots. This is our storm here near Pickensville. It was one of our stronger a little bit ago. We'll look 3D on this here using our 3D component. And so we'll kind of cut into this. If we do, just to sort of look, as we often do, at the most intense parts here. We'll call it isosurface. So that's about 60, not quite 60 dBz. So not as strong with those kind of peak returns aloft versus what we had earlier on. So still could have some hail here. The question is whether or not that builds back as far west as Macon, of course, where we have our radar site there in the Macon area. It's possible we could see it build that far back, but remains to be seen in that regard there. Gabe, I'm going to toss back to you here so I can get my stuff behind the scenes. Even if you're off camera, we're gonna toss to you on Chroma with this for a moment.
Yeah, Matt, so as we continue to look at things behind the scenes, of course, everything is updating. There we go, getting those warnings put in place. We're looking down there towards Pickens County where those stronger wind gusts are still in place. Overall, the hail hasn't been nearly as significant, but that one near Brooksville getting a little bit more of a core. Let's look at the latest scans there. You know, you're not getting the best visual out of our Monroe County radar site, but our True Shield Roofing hail swath at least indicating some possible hail. So if we have anyone near Bigby Valley or even towards Togo potentially getting some of that hail being lifted aloft and dropped there towards the surface, we want to hear from you guys and let us know if that hail is actually verifying all the way to the ground, but at least that possibility is there, indicating some of those higher storm tops. And we should actually have a view out of our Macon camera. Let's pull that up real quick because I think that's worth taking a look at. And I will say those latest returns have a little bit higher reflectivity, and that's those purples showing up on radar. And this is looking northeast. This will be directly into the storm, and you are definitely getting that heavy rainfall out of this camera there with the North Mississippi storm chasers, and that does extend well off into the eastern side of the county, moving more into Pickens County, and that's why this doesn't include the entire area of Noxubee County, but we're looking right there east of Macon, east of Highway 45 for the more significant portions. I mean, we're 94 degrees there in Macon, 99 degrees feels like value, so one of the big headlines that Caleb was talking about through the weekend is it's going to be a steamy, hot Monday. And it's been exactly that. And our meteorologist Maggie McCauley this morning talking about that as well. So other locations that you're thinking, well, feels a little bit good outside. That's the impact of rain-cooled air. And that's at least one of the positives with all of this is it does cool things off, but not forever. We're just in that time of year where the summer season is definitely overhead. So let's do 3D mode real quick because I think this is going to allow us to get a visual into some of that hail aloft. And so I'll zoom things out here, and I'm going to clear off some of this to get some of those brighter returns on our potential hail core. Yeah, even out there towards Highway 14, just west of Beasley, potentially getting some of that hail. But what I want to do is put this on a loop and watch how this progresses in, because you can see that those storm tops are increasing just a bit, potentially collapsing on that latest scan. You can see where that kind of picks up, and the higher return there, those purples getting a little bit higher, indicate where some of that hail was continuing to develop, building up in those updrafts, now falling out as we enter closer to that, 319, 320 hours. So that's where, if you're in Cliftonville or even just towards Forston, right along County Road 388, an area we're watching for where some of that large hail could be falling. But let's look at this one out here towards Pickens County. So as that has gone on through, that looks like it's still intensifying a bit, perhaps some small hail brewing up in those clouds aloft, and that could be falling once it reaches closer to Aliceville and Beasley. It doesn't look like we're getting the more significant hail returns. When we're talking large hail, that's going to be more of those blacks that show up, not those purples, but purple at least hinting at a bit of a hail core, at least trying to form. And as we bring in that latest scan and we're going to swap it over, you can see that True Shield Roofing hail swath showing up there towards Cliftonville. I wouldn't be shocked at all if we're getting some of that small hail at least trying to form closer to central portions of Pickens County. So hail, that is one of the things we're watching for, but the wind continues to be an area of concern, especially out there towards Pickens County where we're getting those brighter returns. Just not getting the same here in Noxubee County as folks are out towards the east there in Pickens County, but even that looks like it's come down just a bit. Let's look at those latest scans. Yeah, those brighter reds actually eastern Pickens County now, so we'll have to expand this out a little bit more. And even those not going to be as bright as they were earlier on. You see as it moved through just east of Beasley, south of Highway 82, south of 86, now towards Kirk and Pioneer. I would say it's the more significant portions, and that is currently coming in. These aren't going to be what's happening at the surface, but even 35 miles an hour aloft can translate to about 40 to potentially 50 miles an hour there at the surface. And, they're talking about on the other side of this line, if we look at our Birmingham radar site, we're talking about some significant wind gusts there in Alabaster, Chelsea. That's going to be towards the Shelby County area, south of Jefferson County. So that's an area where we're watching for some of the strongest wind gusts. And I know, I was telling you just a second ago, if you're along I-65 traveling south to maybe the beach or South Alabama, well, just pull off to the side of the road. Let these pass, or pull off to a gas station or go get some lunch, because we don't want you guys to be stuck out in the middle of this. Out here in Pickens County, we're still getting a look at the Kirk and Gordo community where we're getting those brighter returns even out of our Birmingham radar site, telling us that this is able to be seen out of both our Monroe County site, our Birmingham site, indicating that these are some pretty strong gusts aloft. So as we look at those peak impacts, and something that I want to look at here real quick is if we had any of those large hail returns on here, and even those remain relatively small. So this is going to be the wind threat that we are watching. And one last thing I want to check, I know we've done kind of an overview of a lot of stuff, are the latest on the rain rates. Because if you look right there south of Noland, we're still talking about some strong rainfall rates. That's going to amount to a good amount of rainfall, 7.2 inches. And if we go back a scan, let me go back here real quick and kind of see over the last 15 minutes, this will not have a ton of movement with it. So this is going to amount to a good amount of rainfall. I mean, Nolan, we're probably talking about just over the past 15 minutes, about an inch of rainfall falling, and potentially even more than that in some select areas. So flash flooding concern is still there through this evening, especially with more thunderstorm activity going to be happening later on today. But looking at that entirety of our rainfall through the day, that still remains out there just along the Alabama-Mississippi state line, and you can see the heaviest portions just there towards Amory and Aberdeen, and even that's coming in about 2 inches or so. So this is continuing to be something that we'll monitor through the night, but fortunately have had no reports of flash flooding so far. The only reports we've gotten are those large hailstones and those strong wind returns as well. So let's go ahead and get back to our regular Mama Justice Doppler radar, and that one down there towards Pickens County continues to stand out because we're getting more of those purples starting to show up. That indicates those brighter reflectivity returns, and that could be a strengthening hail core and maybe even some of those stronger wind gusts. Even if this does start to collapse as that boundary goes out ahead of it, we could be getting those stronger gusts as this one kind of falls apart and more activity builds along the backside of that line. In fact, what we're going to do here real quick is do an entire track specifically on the backside of this boundary, because this is going to be moving through Noxubee County and continuing to extend further towards the south and southeast at about 20 miles an hour is where we'll keep it. And you can see Aubrey 332, Prairie Point 333, Dinsmore 346, McLeod 350, Cochran 351, Dancy 404, Cooksville 412, Panola 418, Fair Oaks by about 421 as well. And this is an area that I would be watching for because it looks like that could be an intensifying part of the storm. And I think towards Cliftonville, not impossible to be getting some of those hailstones reaching the ground. And even down there towards McLeod or X Prairie, potentially getting those stronger wind gusts as well. If we look at the latest on our wind return specifically on that part of the storm, let me highlight that real quick. It's not showing intense returns, but again, this is looking aloft. This is a good bit of a ways away from our radar site, so it's not exactly what's happening at the surface. So just because it's not strong on our returns there doesn't mean we're not getting those stronger gusts there at the ground. So I want to continue to look out there towards Tuscaloosa County. That was an area we were watching with some of those stronger wind gusts, and even that not showing, as intense winds. Are still probably about 30 miles an hour, which can be damaging. But we're hopeful that that continues to remain subsevere at the surface. That severe thunderstorm warning continues to be in place until 3:45 there for Noxubee County and Pickens County. So we're continuing to monitor this for the next at least 20 minutes or until this does expire. But I don't think there will be any expiration of this because it still does remain pretty intense, even on this back side of the line. It's just standing out. And it looks like we do have, let me look right here. So you see how we've been watching this entire leading edge of the boundary, right? That boundary is now extending right here towards the northeast part of Winston County, through central parts of Noxubee County, even southwest portions of Oktibbeha County. We talk about how when that boundary moved through this individual storm, it intensified, now kind of falling apart. But you see how we have a cluster of activity right there towards Choctaw County. All of these storms are about to interact with this individual boundary, and I'm real curious if that's going to be that ignition point to get those going to maybe be on the stronger side and maybe allow some larger hail to form or anything of that matter. It looks like we have a boundary that's forming right along Tala County, now moving more into Choctaw and Winston County, and this boundary collapsing with this boundary, or at least not collapsing, but combining with these two boundaries. That's where we could get those to fire off, and that's what we're watching for right here. Ackerman, kind of the focal point there. And let's actually look out of Ackerman. I'm hopeful that we can get a look at some of those cloud bases, because that'll show us, if you get those sharper edges on these clouds, that's where we could see, that's still a decent structure on those clouds. It's not wispy, and that wispy return means that these are collapsing. Being that it is still, have those sharper ridges, that could definitely be where these are continue to intensify, and we've seen that on our Mama Justice Doppler radar and seeing that out of our North Mississippi Storm Chaser camera as well. And I don't know the exact direction that this is looking at, but I can tell you it doesn't matter with the storm surrounding this. The fact that it still is showing decent structure on these clouds means that these are still maturing storms and could potentially get on the stronger side here in the next few moments. I'm going to try to do a track, but unfortunately with the kind of sporadic development that we're dealing with there, it doesn't look like we'll get that good of a look. It's not going to be that typical linear development. So I'm going to go back. Let me go back a half hour because, if we go back the full hour, those didn't exist. I'm going to try to go right along this leading boundary. It doesn't look like we're going to have a ton of movement with it. Let me get that measuring tool. Still talking. We'll keep it about 20 miles an hour. I'm going to go 15, actually. I don't think these are moving nearly as fast, and it looks like it's continuing to remain right along that boundary. So as we go there, we're going to go about 15 miles an hour, and You can see, let's get the Skycam network off. Rome 337, Williams 338, Reform 343. This is Reform over in central Mississippi, not going to be towards Pickens County. Sherwood, we're 352, High Point 356, Mathiston 402, Calvary 407, Sturgis 409, Mabin 417, and Bew, I believe, at 420. And, Ackerman kind of in the middle of that at 338. So here in the next 10 minutes, I'm curious to see how these interact with this boundary. You already see that boundary overhead. So being that we already have these storms developing just east of Highway 15 and even along Highway 82, an area that we're watching for. So Mabin should have a view of this as well. Let's get a look at our Mabin camera there in Webster County. And this will be a little bit north of that boundary. Does look like we're facing towards the north there. We probably need to change this more towards the south. But even then, you get a look at that structure. That's still a pretty sharp return there on those clouds. And this would be, these individual cells there right along Highway 82. So, we're continuing to watch those cells. And, I'll get these adjusted here behind the scenes in just a moment. But we'll watch our Mabin camera, watch our Ackerman camera, and, Edenton might even have a view of this as well. I know we're doing our kind of tour of the Golden Triangle, but I think it's worth our while. There we're getting a look at Starkville, those heavy downpours, those dark clouds. This is that wispy nature that I was talking about. These are those collapsing storms, and it doesn't have nearly that, ridge, that sharp development, those clouds looking a little bit less impressive, and those wispy clouds aloft shows that this is definitely coming down in intensity, but definitely coming down with heavy rainfall. But fortunately, I think that one stays below severe limits as that boundary now shifting more towards the west side of Starkville. So let's continue to look at the latest, and I'm going to get back on this storm towards Noxubee County. We're talking about some of that potential hail. That latest scan there towards Jenna, see those purples that are starting to show up? That's an intensifying storm on that latest scan, and that's going to be giving us some heavy rainfall and perhaps even a hail core as well starting to develop. Yeah, our latest scan there on our True Shield Roofing hail graphic, you're getting those purples showing up, meaning possible hail is in that setup. And you know how we tracked that storm just northwest of Aliceville a moment ago and said there was a hail core developing? Well, again, True Shield Roofing hail graphic capturing that and that possible return there, moving south and east into Aliceville and right along Highway 14, continuing towards the south and southeast. That one near Togo, I want to just zoom in there real quick and make sure we didn't get a probable mixing in. No, it looks like it stayed possible. Usually when you get the probable, that's more of those larger hailstones reaching the surface as we get a more pronounced hail course. So, we don't want any hail at all, but definitely want it on the more possible side of things than the probable or likely. And we have stayed that so far today. And even that core looks like it's kind of falling out, the latest scan. So hopefully that, is out of the cell and not continuing to intensify as we head further into that 3:30 hour. Let's get a look at the overview of this line, and I'm going to keep it on the latest scan. And this one has been about 20 miles an hour of the last scans on our Mama Justice Doppler radar. And we're going to get this entire leading edge all the way to Jenna and Tuscaloosa and continuing there towards Inglewood as we get going about 20 miles an hour. Let me clear this off again. We're still looking at about, well, that's Mountain Brook. That's all the way in Birmingham. But that's overhead right now. Foster's 332, Benevola 333, Prairie Point 337, X Prairie. We've been talking about you a couple times now. We're 343, Hull 346, Cochran 350. That's going to be southwest Pickens County. See it right there. Dinsmore 350, Lewiston 352, Moundville 355, and Ridge by 359. So the warning going until 345 for specifically Noxubee and Pickens County, but you can already see there in Greene County, Alabama, moving your way and going to be continuing until about 4:15. So if you know of anyone living along I-20 towards Clinton, Alabama, Gainesville, Alabama, or Utah, Alabama, let them know. They still have a pretty hefty thunderstorm headed their direction. And not only that, it looks like we're getting additional development right along Highway 17 towards Fair Oaks, just interacting with that boundary. Once that boundary just goes into these storms just intensify. It's that ignition point to really get these going. So Fair Oaks went from a light shower to now a pretty hefty downpour and even a few rumbles of thunder mixing in as well. As that remains along the boundary, we could see that mix into these storms that are up north towards Aliceville, and that's going to maybe allow some intensification there as well, kind of feeding in that energy to our line of storms. So general overview, where we stand, boundary right into those storms. And yeah, I'm watching that behind the scenes for any of that potential intensification, but those boundaries are going to be the big driver in our severe thunderstorm threat heading further into our Monday afternoon and eventually into our Monday evening, as that kind of encompasses our severe thunderstorm watch, and that is in place until 7 o'clock on our Monday. Now, I want to go back up towards the north and west because this is that boundary that we're talking about that will eventually produce additional storms, and we are getting that boundary. That's pretty defined there in our latest run of our Mama Justice Doppler radar. That line right there, pretty evident, and that goes into Holly Springs, basically following I-22 all the way up there towards I-55, and you're seeing some of those additional showers and storms develop more towards the Newport, Jonesboro, and Cherry Valley communities towards northeast Arkansas and southern Missouri, already getting a severe thunderstorm warning towards Douglas County. So, all that being said, there's still a ton of energy in the atmosphere, even up there towards Batesville and Oxford and Clarksdale. If we look at Clarksdale so far this afternoon, I mean, you can see where we're still getting a bit of those blue skies, those dew points in the upper 70s, so a ton of energy, as is typically the case this time of year. 92 degrees, so definitely getting that daytime heating mixing in. So as we head further into the afternoon and evening, this is an area we're watching for where that boundary will eventually move through. Another area we are watching for is Batesville, where a few of you guys have been asking specifically about, and yes, getting those blue skies as well. So that's allowing some of that moisture to mix all the way to the surface, and Senatobia even getting a look there, as we do have some of our cameras there in Crenshaw. You're getting those same returns with those puffy white cumulus clouds, those towering cumulus clouds at least trying to develop. Holly Springs, let me take a look up there. Unfortunately, I thought that was the case, but we can at least tell you that it is going to be an area we're watching for, as that boundary is basically parallel with I-22. Let me bring up the chat real quick because I do want to make sure that I answer any questions that you guys have. Thank you for I should have pulled up the chat a while ago, but I appreciate you guys letting me know what Matt was saying, because we went through a time there where I did not have audio. So I appreciate that. Kay saying, missed me, thank goodness. Yeah, a few of these are just kind of hit or miss, but those will eventually become a little bit more widespread in coverage through the rest of our evening. So if missed you so far, if you're west of I-55, not out of the clear or just in the clear just yet, we are continuing to watch for you heading further into the afternoon and evening. Trying to make sure I'm not missing anything. Pea-size hail in Jericho. That reminds me, Tim, any reports that you guys have, make sure to send that into the Mississippi Live weather app, and we would love to let you guys know you guys let us know what you guys are seeing and what you guys are dealing with. That can be clouds, that can be hail, that can be wind damage, that can just be whatever you want to send in, a safe place selfie if you wanted to. And we'd love to feature that here on Mississippi Live Weather to let everyone know what is going on here in North Mississippi and Northwest Alabama, or it could even be outside of here as well. We appreciate our weather watchers and the hard work that they do. Just please do so in a safe manner as we head through the afternoon and evening. And all of those pictures do get forwarded to the National Weather Service, so it helps them as well, issuing warnings and listing those storm reports on the graphic. And you can already see several of those towards Caledonia, up there towards Fayette County, Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama, and even up here towards the Lee County area. So you guys are already doing a phenomenal job, and we appreciate all that you guys do. Stormy asking, is Birmingham, Alabama area looking okay? I will be glad to cover that because that's where my family is. And you can see that Birmingham has had a ton of reports, just these storms and that boundary a little bit more intense out there towards central portions of Alabama. So Birmingham now on the back end of these storms, fortunately. So Storm, if you're asking specifically downtown Birmingham and the metro area, that should be a much calmer afternoon and evening there. But if you're south along I-65 towards Clanton, towards Brent, or even down there towards the Montgomery area, eventually going to be shifting its way towards the south. And as this line holds, it could hold all the way there to Montgomery, and that's why that severe thunderstorm watch is in place for Montgomery until 7 p.m., and they continue to extend it further towards the south and east because this line continues to be pretty intense. Gage asking, what about Tupelo tonight? That continues to be an area that we should watch for, but we did get, if I go back, let me go back about 4 hours. You can see how those storms did move straight through Lee County. We were kind of just on the edge of those storms, but we did have an area that was pretty worked through. So hopefully that limits our potential heading into tonight. Actually, real quick, I think it'd be worth our while to get on the Tupelo camera. We can at least see our reporting station if any of that rain-cooled air has kind of stabilized things in the atmosphere. So Tupelo, yeah, we're 79 degrees, dew point at 70, cloudy skies. That definitely looks a lot better than where things were earlier on today where those storms really got going. So Tupelo, not an area where I'm overly concerned about, especially when you compare that to, we just looked at it, towards Batesville, where you're getting some of those dew points in the upper 70s, those temperatures in the low 90s. So yeah, rain-cooled air is definitely a good thing to stabilize the atmosphere. Stormy, yes, make sure that he drives safely. He'll be just driving in some rainfall. and heavy rainfall at times. And if you need to pull over, completely understand, but just be safe driving. That goes for everybody here for our Monday evening plans. So our latest look there at the boundary, that's what I wanted to look at. Let's put this on a loop. And we can see that that activity continues to increase there in Choctaw County. I'm going to bring this back full screen so we can get a better visual. But towards Choctaw County, an area of focus as that boundary kind of shifts its way towards the south and west. Now starting to interact with those storms along Highway 9, Highway 82, and Highway 15. So I do expect those to get going, and that activity already increasing. And if we look at those strikes, those even coming up. Over the last 30 minutes or so, we were sitting at 0 strikes. Well, eventually it works its way to about 189. So right along Highway 82, definitely an area to focus on. Let's bring up our Ackerman camera for a visual on this. So there's your low cloud bases, your dark clouds moving overhead, that rainfall already starting to develop. You do see how that's a pretty isolated nature. So we're getting this individual cell, we have this individual cell. So that's not going to be a line moving on through like we have in Pickens County right now, but an area where we're still watching because we're mid-70s. The rain-cooled air already dropping those temperatures into the low 80s. So already seeing some positive effects there, but definitely continuing to keep eyes there on Choctaw County. As of right now, nothing that's catching my eye as blatantly severe or blatantly strong. I think that we're remaining below those limits so far, and hopefully that continues to be the case through the rest of the night. That hail core that we were looking at just a moment ago, I'll clear things out here real quick. Jenna was what I was looking at. That's going to be closer to Pickens County and Greene County, Alabama, kind of in the trifecta point of those 3 counties. But that hail core now moving towards the south and east. So if you're traveling along I-20 towards Foster's and Tuscaloosa County, be watching for that heavy rainfall, be watching for some small hail as that continues to move overhead. And those hail returns, we got that a little bit there right along Highway 14 closer to Aliceville, and then Jenna, of course, showing up as well. So as of right now, though, we're not getting those consistent returns. This continues to be wind as the primary concern. Even that latest return towards Tuscaloosa County, right along that boundary, those brighter reds that are showing up, that's going to be something to keep an eye on as that continues to move on through. But this boundary out ahead of it continues to drive things and continues to keep our hopeful reports pretty minimal. But yes, we are getting those thunderstorms continuing to develop right along that boundary, and those are kind of feeding into this main line right there west of Highway 14, closer to Highway 17. Those will eventually work its way towards the north as this line shifts south, and those will clash together. So Aliceville, that storm overhead of you right now, as that continues to move southern Pickens County, that's where we could see an intensification of that part of the line as well. But if you look at the difference in the lightning, we're talking 1,000 strikes. Well, then we go to these storms out here towards North Mississippi. And not a ton, to say the least. We're talking 40 strikes or so. So, incomparable, the environments that we have currently in North Mississippi compared to central Alabama. So right there towards Noxubee County, that's what we're looking at as that storm continues to intensify. In fact, east of Brooksville, an area that I'm looking at, and overhead of Macon right now, showing up with some pretty strong reports of our DBZs, those higher DBZs, basically the purples that are showing up. Yeah, you can see the winds just blowing in. That's going to be right along that storm that's overhead right now. Those heavier downpours, probably going to see that intensify as that boundary moves south as well. So making an area of focus, dew points in the upper 60s, those temperatures definitely warm. So we'll enjoy the benefits of some rain-cooled air, but this is outside of that severe thunderstorm warning. But I do think that there is a little bit of an intensifying hail core overhead of Macon right now as those individual cells just develop, and you see the trees just waving in the wind. I know it says 7 miles an hour right now, but I'm sure those gusts are upwards of 20 to potentially 30 miles an hour with this storm in Macon. So, we're going to keep eyes on this, just that camera shaking in the wind, definitely intensifying over those last couple of scans. Let's bring it back to our Mama Justice Doppler radar, and we'll keep eyes there behind the scenes on that camera. In fact, I almost don't want to even move it. Yeah, that's one to watch, Matt, because that does look like we get a little bit better of a core, and that's outside of the severe thunderstorm warning. So keeping eyes on that one, keeping eyes on the area that's in the severe thunderstorm warning. So lots to keep track of in Noxubee County.
Absolutely. I appreciate that, Gabe. I know we've got some house cleaning things to do behind the scenes, including posting some of those pictures and making sure we got some forecast stuff ready to go on, that kind of stuff. So I'll take over here for a little bit so we can knock out a few of those things. I appreciate that. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, again, tracking things here from our Tupelo studios. As we bring you back in here into the Room to Room Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. The severe thunderstorm warning continues for parts of Noxubee County. That in effect, as you can see here, until 3:45 p.m. Definitely looking at, again, some gusty winds out of some of these. Hey, Gabe, I'm going to have to trade you back again here for a second. I got a couple messages I got to take here in a minute. But I just want to, before we go there, double check 3D on what Gabe was mentioning, because I think he's doing a good job of kind of outlining this. We're not quite as tall with that storm directly over Macon yet. So whatever it's putting out, it's giving it its kind of its biggest go right now. I think that's, again, one of the headlines here, Gabe, is that, whatever it is producing, it's producing the heaviest of that kind of right now. So hopefully it doesn't get strong enough to cross over that threshold completely.
Fingers crossed. And the boundaries, it's just, they can do weird things and sometimes interact in the right way to get these really up and going. And so as we look back at that Macon camera, of course, that's going to be the area of focus, as it not only gives us a visual of the storm overhead, but even the storm up in the northern part of the county as well. Matt, thank you so much. And let me know if you want to jump back on as we get the forecast made for our 5 o'clock show.
Before we do that, let's swing this camera around here real quick. Do you have control of the wall, or do I need to do it?
I do. I have control over at the BAM, but not over here.
Gotcha. So let's swing this one into the storm here for a moment, because even we're kind of on the edge of it there. So let's point it. Well, we're actually about the right direction. I say that, so we are looking just about the right way into that. And unfortunately, the reporting station there, I think, is nearby, but it's not right at the site. So that's why the gusts on a lot of those locations are nearby, but not necessarily right at the site. So, but that's whatever that kind of bright gray is there. That's your whatever hail is kicking out of this. So a little rough, but it looks like the heaviest a little bit east of town.
Fingers crossed. I know that Macon, the more populated area, so impacting a few more folks, but even east of town, just don't get out and drive in this if you don't have to. These are, real small in regards to, the area of coverage that it has. If we look at our Mama Just Stop the Radar there in the bottom left, you can see how that's, just a couple of miles east of town. So let these pass on through, and then you'll be good to continue your afternoon plans. I know it's summer. I know we're looking to do so many big things this summer, but that can wait just an hour or two to let this line pass on through. But we do see that severe thunderstorm warning, and this is looking at both. And actually, that latest movement is moving more towards the north and east, so it looks like it's going to be ingested by this main line, and that could potentially see that line intensify once again, right where that severe thunderstorm warning is issued. You can see it right there. Let me get this out of the middle of the screen, but you can see how that is in place until 3:45, and they actually just expired it. But I'm curious if that does get reissued later on down the line as these individual storms kind of get put into the storm. Now, this one closer to, let's see, that'd be Fair Oaks. This would be closer to the Aliceville area. Looks like it does have some higher storm tops to it. So, we're watching for that as well. Let me take this out of 3D mode here real quick so we can get a bit of a bearing. So yeah, that'd be closer to Clark, just north of Fair Oaks. As I make it more 2D there, you can get a visual. Not seeing intense hail returns, but it does look like it has some of those higher storm tops. And yeah, our True Shield Roofing hail swath at least trying to hint at some of that small hail developing aloft and additional development there towards Jenna. We talked about that a moment ago as well, as it continues to push towards the south and east. Now, that being said, Clark, that latest scan, let's see, because that kind of just jumped in intensity there. Clark looks like it's going to be getting some of that small hail developing, and we can see that again with our 3D mode. As I drag that out, we're going to assess this 3D, so you can see those higher storm tops like we just talked about. But one thing I want to do with our 3D mode is actually assess the latest scans as it has moved right across the boundary, and we can see the deeper pinks, purples, and maybe even some blacks trying to show up as well. So they're right there over Clark right now. There's your purples that we're looking at. And if we put this on a 1 hour loop, we had a little bit of that towards Cliftonville. And as this line has kind of moved on through, additional storms have moved into Clark. And that latest scan just sees a uptick in intensity. And I do think that we're still developing the largest of the hail aloft. Hasn't fallen out just yet. And that latest indication of those brighter purples showing up on our Mama Justice Doppler radar, also indicating that this is still aloft. Hasn't fallen out just yet, but Clark, Cochran, Fair Oaks, areas along Highway 17 is where we're watching for that largest hail to fall out of. And if you are in that area, make sure to not be outside during this because we don't want hail to bump you on the head. Even down here towards the Gainesville area, it does look like we're getting a little bit of a hail core there as well, potential hail core, I should say. And I do think our True Shield Roofing hail swath will be trying to hint at a little bit more of that. But definitely seeing that towards Clark, I could see that be upped in intensity. But we have seen our severe thunderstorm warning expire for both Pickens and Noxubee County. We're continuing to look over there towards Noxubee County as additional development kind of happening there east of Macon and into Cliftonville, X Prairie, Aubrey, and Dinsmore. I'm going to do a track on this, but I don't think we're going to hold it that much longer. Matt, if you have a different say there, if you want to continue on even past the warning. But I know we were talking about some housekeeping stuff behind the scenes of, once that warning expired, our latest plan. But I do at least want to do a track, and we're going to do the entirety of this line, kind of moving about 20 miles an hour through Macon, McLeod, and Aubrey. And then we're going to assess Clark again. So as that moves towards the south and southeast, take about 20 miles an hour. Seeing Cochran, 353, Dinsmore, 353. Current time, 348. So in the next 5 minutes or so, getting those heaviest portions. Clark, 409, Cooksville, 413, Warsaw, 423, Panola, 424, and Geiger by about 439. And Matt, the warnings have expired, so National Weather Service electing to let that one go. But I do think Clark gets reissued. At least it is issued there towards Greene County, Alabama. But I think that's what we're watching for, and that's definitely the most intense part of this line, at least for us.
Absolutely. Let me go ahead. Well, I'm going to go ahead and do kind of a reset here, and then I think we're going to send people back to the stream, and we'll be back up and going at 5 o'clock because that's what we do there. But so as Gabe mentioned, severe thunderstorm warnings have now all expired for our counties. We've been in it for about 4.5, 5 hours, something like that. So we've been tracking it for a while. The green counties here, as we've talked about, are under severe thunderstorm watch, and additional watches have been issued back to the north and west. The expectation is that we will have more storm development. You can clearly see where the storms have been the strongest developing in our area and being very impactful back out into Alabama as they have progressed through. So we do anticipate that we will probably have additional watches and probably additional thunderstorms that come out as we go into the evening. If you have not taken the time to download it, now is the time to make sure that you have the Mississippi Live Weather app free and available for all of those various devices where you can go ahead and watch us. And it has those alerts, and it'll let you know if you're in the danger zone. Speaking about the danger zone, one of the things we talk about all the time that I think is highly important is Weather Call. It is a phone alert service that lets you know if you're in the danger zone. And so it will call you if there is severe thunderstorm warnings issued for your area, large hail, damaging winds. Now you do have to select for lack of a better way to put it, low wind severe thunderstorm warnings. And every one of them today would have qualified as that. So you have to make sure that you select, hey, I want it to call me every time there's severe thunderstorm warning. It calls you no matter what. If there's tornado warning or tornado has been confirmed, that's what this is ultimately designed for. This is kind of like your personalized tornado warning. It does do severe thunderstorm warnings. There's a checkbox you have to select just because the goal of Weather Call is that when you're looking at it, when you're experiencing it, that it should call you when you're really, truly something for sure is going to go really, really wrong. So you can sign up for more information. You can get on that QR code below me here for the very latest on that. Our next live broadcast is going to be coming up at, that'd be 5 p.m. here in the Room to Room Weather Center. We're going to be discussing, again, the storm chances the remainder of this evening as the atmosphere looks like it's pretty volatile still into tonight, and damaging winds certainly remain a possibility. Keep it here for the latest, and we'll have updates, again, going through the evening. But for our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon from Mississippi Live Weather. We'll see you here a little bit later.
At First Choice Bank, we know you can't always make it before the bank closes. With our integrated teller, you can talk to a live person as late as 7 p.m. on weekdays and noon on Saturdays. It's not just an ATM, it's an ITM. First Choice Bank, your choice for banking.
It's a summer squeeze at Room to Room. We're squeezing prices with 50% off furniture and mattresses, an extra 20% off accessories, an extra 10% off rugs, plus 18 months special financing. Shopping at Room to Room is easy peasy lemon squeezy.
We're all just trying to keep things running for those who rely on us. That's why we don't have time to be sick with the flu.
We don't have time for delays. We don't have time for spills.
Next.
We don't have time for setbacks. Let's be real.
Getting the flu shot
helps you fight the flu.
Get a flu shot for yourself and those around you, too.